Chapter 1209. Good. The first battle was a great victory. Looking at the contents of the telegram, Yang Shandong was in a good mood and laughed loudly. Logically speaking, the first battle was to take down the 8-mile gap. In that battle, they had taken down the eastern gate of the Tuliefan kingdom with almost 0 losses. But in Yang Shandong's eyes, all of this was due to the artillery. Anyone with such a powerful weapon could achieve such an effect. On the contrary, the new army's first battle, killing 5,000 enemies and capturing 20,000 prisoners, this was the real victory on the battlefield. Announce the contents to the entire army and commend Commander Su He. Yang Shandong said with a laugh as he returned the telegram to Wang Shan. Yes, Wang Shan replied, then turned and left. Beta Persei frowned and asked carefully and worriedly, "Young master, won't such a commendation cause dissatisfaction among the other commanders? It's not good for unity." Ha! Yang Shandong waved his hand and said, "Winning the battle and making great contributions should be rewarded. It's to let the entire army know and put pressure on the other commanders." All of this was intentional by Yang Shandong. He wanted to let the new army win the battle and stimulate the other commanders so that they would also rush to make contributions. Only in this way could he solve the problem in Yulabali as quickly as possible. In Yang Shandong's plan, Yulabali was just one of the tens of thousands of places to be conquered. He couldn't waste too much time in such a place. What he needed to do was to sweep everything with the power of thunder. This not only required his own efforts, but also the joint efforts of the other commanders. Delegating power was what Yang Shandong had to do to achieve his goal. If everything was under his command, he could win one battle, win 2 battles. But if power was handed over to the commanders, then small victories would accumulate to great victories, and finally complete the victory in the shortest time and extent. This was what he wanted to see. The telegram was sent very quickly and spread throughout the army in the shortest amount of time. When the telegram was delivered to Major General Tian Hu of the 1st Cavalry Division, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Then he held the telegram tightly in his hand. "Men, inform the 4 commanders to quickly come for a meeting." Tian Hu's voice carried a hint of urgency. Several messengers immediately dispersed in all directions. Merely 2 hours later, the 5th Regiment commander, Gong Feng, who was the furthest away from the center of the army, also rushed over. At this point, the 5 regiment commanders had all gathered. While the 5 regiment commanders were still puzzled, Tian, who had already taken out the telegram that was full of wrinkles. After the 5 captains looked through them one by one, their expressions were extremely solemn. This time, the new army snatched the first prize, which was completely out of their expectations. According to Yang Shandong's military plan, the new army was going to attack the capital of Turpan. It was definitely going to be a tough nut to crack. Unless the 4th Division, who was in charge of logistics, arrived, who knew how much effort it would take to conquer it. But now, their luck was so good that they actually ran into the Turpan reinforcements and snatched a huge victory. This caused the 1st Cavalry Division, which originally wanted to take down Hobok-Seri, near Kramer City, to fall behind by a step. By taking Hobok-Seri, they had cut off the retreat of Ely to the north. This was very important. Yang Shandong didn't just want this huge piece of land. He wanted to eliminate all the opposing forces in this area and achieve complete peace. It was because of the importance of this mission that the 1st Cavalry Division was able to win over the strongest cavalry force. But now, Hobok was still 100 li away, and the new army had already sent back news of victory. It was no wonder that everyone was unhappy. This is luck. The 3rd Regiment commander, Hubo Er's face was red as he stretched his neck. Isn't luck a reflection of strength? We only have 20,000 men, yet we managed to defeat 25,000 of the Turks. 20,000 of them were taken captive, and we only lost 1,000 of our own cavalry. How is this not a great victory? Tian Hu said in a low voice. Even though he had always been competing with Su He, and knew that Su He's new army had always wanted to surpass him, as an opponent, he had to admit that Su He's new army had fought beautifully in this battle. Even in the eyes of the 1st Cavalry Division, this was the best they could do. After Tian Hu's reprimand, Hubo didn't say anything else. He was convinced by this battle result. The 4th Regiment commander, Bai Shuang, also had his head lowered. He could feel the tension in the tent. It wasn't a good thing for a general to be anxious before the battle had even begun. He decided to stand out. He raised his head and said, "Division commander, regimental commanders, since the new army has already taken the credit, if we want to perform better, we have to think of a way to achieve the results." Think of a way to achieve the results? Regiment commander Bai, what do you mean? The 1st Regiment commander, Taimu scratched his head. He didn't dare to underestimate this student of Bugnam of Gojoseon anymore. But sometimes he just couldn't understand what he was saying. Haha, it's like this. Bai Shuang said humbly, "We won't be able to take the credit no matter what." Since that was the case, it was better not to think about it and focus on how to conquer Hobok Seri at the same time, while doing so at the same time with the least cost. Didn't the new army lose 1,000 men? If we only lose 100 men, or even less, to take down the target and report it to teacher, then don't you think we'll have contributed as much? These words made the other regimental commanders' eyes light up. The 5th Regiment commander, Gong Feng, was the first to nod and say, "That's right. Regiment Commander Bai's words make sense. I agree. I agree as well." The 1st Regiment commander, Taimu also hurriedly expressed his opinion. The 2nd Regiment commander, Lu Duo, and the 3rd Regiment commander, Hubo also expressed their opinions. Even Division commander, Tian Hu, nodded in approval. Regiment commander Bai, do you have any ideas? Yes, your subordinate does have an idea. If we want to force our way in, we'll have to suffer losses no matter what. Since that's the case, why don't we change it to using our wits? If division commander agrees, I'm willing to take a trip into the city and meet the enemy general guarding Hobox, Bai Shuang said with a face full of confidence. Enter the tiger's den? Tian Hu frowned when he heard that. Then he asked, how confident are you? At least 70%. Ha ha, senior master, no one would have thought that we would have such a big appetite. We would first cut off Li's retreat to the north, and then we would have the opportunity to strike first. This is our advantage, and we would have the element of surprise. Bai Shuang explained the general idea in his mind to everyone. Soon, the tent was filled with discussions. Hobox Seri, as the northernmost city in Ili, the higher-ups never paid much attention to this place. In comparison, regardless of whether it was Torpon or Yirkiang, it was extremely far away. Thus, the general guarding the city had always been in a state of peace. No one would have thought that the great Ili's retreat would be cut off. Naturally, the general guarding Hobox Seri, Mediz, would never have thought of this. Even though he had already learned from other sources that Turpon's 8 miles lost formation was about to become the most advanced formation, he still couldn't raise the alarm in his heart. This was one of the most fatal manifestations of the lack of information. Due to the lack of consciousness, the gates of Hobox Seri were still wide open. From time to time, Ili civilians could be seen entering and leaving. Bai Shuang walked into the city under such relaxed conditions. Bai Shuang didn't expect things to go so smoothly. When he and his 300 elite soldiers successfully entered the city after disguising themselves, he sighed for Mediz, and even more so for the entire city. Immediately send out a communication signal. Find our intelligence personnel in the city and get a clear picture of the situation. Bai Shuang said to one of his subordinates, and then walked toward the largest inn in the city. As early as when Yang Chendong was dealing with the Japanese army, he had given orders to the intelligence department, asking them to find out the situation of the various forces in the Ili region as soon as possible, including the personal information of the generals. Bai Shuang's idea was very simple. Go straight to the root of the problem. Capture the general when the enemy was unprepared and take over Hobox Seri without shedding a drop of blood. All of this started when he entered the city. Now it seemed that everything was going smoothly. But what was unexpected was that the plan was still ruined by someone, and it was their own people who ruined it. All of this started after he checked into the inn and met the intelligence personnel of the security bureau. Wukong Wutsong was a mixed blood. His father was Han, and his mother was Uyghur. As a result, he had a tall figure and a handsome appearance. He was a department of the Security Bureau led by Yang San. Normally, the more ordinary an intelligence personnel was, the better. On the contrary, if he was too handsome or too outstanding, it wouldn't be suitable. But because of his unique background, Yang San finally gave him an important task after meeting and evaluating him. It could be said that if Wu Tsong performed well, his future would be limitless. After being valued by Yang San, Wu Tsong brought enough money to the Ili area to start his work. Hobok Seri was one of his main targets. According to Yang San, the sixth young master was a great emperor. He was particular about not doing anything, but when he did, he would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Once the enemy made a move in the Ili area, he had to do his best to get rid of them. With this principle in mind, Hobok Seri, which was the route to the north, naturally became a top priority. Wu Tsong put a part of his energy there. In order to get accurate first-hand information, he didn't hesitate to come to Hobok Seri in person. He thought he had done a good job and paid enough attention. But what Wu Tsong didn't expect was that there was another person who beat him to it. That was the sworn enemy of the Security Bureau, the CIA. Chapter 1210. They had been established relatively late, but with the backing of the 7th Madame, Su Man, it meant that they had strong support and backing. In addition, they had opened up another path, and their members were all women, especially beautiful women. This made their abilities and influence not weaker than the Security Bureau. Just like in Hobok Seli City, the people from the CIA had the same idea as Wu Tsong and made a move first. Commander Bai, the CIA's team leader, Han Fong, contacted General Mediz before us, and Wu Tsong's report suddenly became a little hesitant. And what? Bai Shuang, who was listening seriously, looked at Wu Tsong in confusion. Although some things were not pleasant to hear, since Bai Shuang asked, Wu Tsong could only tell him the truth. And team leader Han Fong has changed her name to Madenazer. She will be married to Mediz tonight. What? Bai Shuang, who was a little surprised, stood up involuntarily and digested the news. He had heard that the CIA would often sacrifice themselves or even give themselves to others in order to achieve their goals. However, in his opinion, it was just a show. After all, in this era, women cherish their bodies and reputation very much. However, he did not expect it to be true. Looking at Wu Tsong's embarrassed expression, it was obvious that the truth of the matter was not to be doubted. Bai Shuang, who was extremely surprised, took a while to calm himself down. Team leader Wu, tell me more about Han Fong. Yes. After Wu Tsong agreed, he explained the situation in detail. According to him, Han Fong was not a Han. Instead, she was an authentic Xibe. She was born in an ordinary family, but because of her beauty, she could sing and dance since she was young. In the age of war, it was always difficult for women to find a good home. Han Fong's family was also drifting and difficult to settle down. Later on, when the origin city was established, it attracted the attention of many people of other races. The peaceful living environment, rich material and cultural life, there attracted many knowledgeable people, and Han Fong was one of them. Because of her beauty, when she just turned 18, she was engaged to a new deputy battalion officer in Shurching. Finally, her life was stable. However, the heavens were unpredictable. Her husband actually went to the battlefield and died in the battle with Ili Bali. She once again became a rootless duckweed. Fortunately, the 5-star army took good care of the families of martyrs, so she didn't have to sleep on the streets again. However, the quality of her life was also very different from before. It was at this time that an intelligence agent from the CIA took a fancy to her and recruited her into the organization. Later, with her outstanding performance, she became one of the core members of the organization. This time, when Han Fong heard that they were going to mobilize troops against Ili, she wanted to avenge her husband, so she naturally signed up. Because of her outstanding performance, she was appointed as the team leader. That was how she got in touch with Mediz first, but she didn't expect that she would take the risk herself. You said that she is the wife of a deputy battalion commander in a new army? After Bai Shuang heard this, he had a general understanding of the matter. However, when he thought about how this person was a family member of a five-star army officer, and now, in order to complete his mission, he had to submit himself to the enemy's general. Naturally, he felt indignant. Yes, Wu Bun answered without daring to conceal anything. How bold of you! Don't you remember what the teacher said? No one can force the families of martyrs to do anything. The CIA dare to do this. Aren't they afraid that the teacher will punish them? At this moment, Bai Shuang was so angry that his face was red. Even if the CIA's backer was the seventh madam, so what? In Bai Shuang's eyes, he couldn't use the families of martyrs as an excuse. Otherwise, it would make the officers and soldiers very sad. With Wu Tsung's status, he naturally didn't dare to voice out his doubts. Seventh madam was an existence that a nobody like him couldn't afford to offend. If he really said something unpleasant, once it spread out, he was afraid that his head would be separated from his body. Not only could he not question it, but he also had to try his best to absolve it. It was not for anything else, but because he had to tell the truth. Commander Bai, I'm afraid it's not what you think. I've seen Han Feng once, and she also took the initiative to tell me that no one forced her to do what she did. Everything she did was voluntary. Voluntary? After Bai Shuang heard this, he didn't understand. I'm afraid she had no choice but to say that. After all, there are some people that a little girl like her can't afford to offend. It doesn't seem like it. Wu Tsung didn't know how to explain it, so he could only say what he felt. He could also see that Bai Shuang was very angry about this matter. This was one of the students that Bugnam of Gojoseon valued very much. On the other side was Bugnam of Gojoseon's seventh madam. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Once the matter got out of hand, he didn't know if others would be in trouble, but it was very likely that he would be the first to be in trouble. After all, he only had the director of the Security Bureau, Yang San, behind him. Not to mention, his identity in the entire Security Bureau wasn't considered an important person. Even if Wu Tsung wanted to protect his own safety, he had to try his best to smooth things over. However, looking at Bai Shuang's angry appearance, he felt that the matter wouldn't be so easy to solve. That's enough. After this matter is settled, I will personally go and ask Han Feng. If she is willing, I will naturally not be able to say anything. However, if someone wants to force her, regardless of who is behind her, I will report this matter to teacher and demand an explanation. Bai Shuang could feel Wu Tsung's difficulty. In fact, he didn't want to offend the seventh madam because of other people's matters. However, since he encountered this matter, he would ask for justice. Wasn't this what Yang Qindong usually taught them? Putting this matter aside for the time being, Bai Shuang asked Wu Tsung, "You're saying that tonight is the day Mediz marries Han Feng? Then he will definitely hold a big banquet." Yes, now, in the city of Hobok Seli, everyone with status has received an invitation. Well, Leader Wu, I'll have to trouble you to get me an invitation too. Bai Shuang nodded, his eyes revealing a terrifying sharpness. He had already investigated everything and had a perfect plan to take action. However, now, he had to take action early. He was afraid that if he was late, the martyr's widow would be humiliated. This was definitely something he didn't want to see and couldn't accept. Wu Tsung faintly guessed Bai Shuang's intention, but he couldn't refuse. The orders from above were for him to cooperate unconditionally. He could only sign his heart and clasp his fist. Please don't worry, Leader Bai. The invitation will be sent soon. With Wu Tsung's ability and the group under him operating in Hobok Seli for a while, it was just an invitation. It wasn't that complicated. In the afternoon, the invitation was sent to Bai Shuang. Considering that it was a banquet and not a battle, Bai Shuang didn't bring too many people. He only chose 4 elite warriors to follow him. At the same time, after making some arrangements for the people staying in the inn, when night came, he excitedly went to the general's mansion in the city. Mediz's mansion was now brightly lit and bustling with activity. Mediz, who was already in his 40s, already had a main wife and 4 concubines. Normally, there was no need to make such a big fuss when he was marrying a concubine. Moreover, it just so happened that the 5-star army was attacking, so everything should be done in a low-key manner. However, Medina Nazar had requested for a grand celebration. She claimed that she was getting married, and this was the happiest time in a woman's life. Of course, it had to be grand. Moreover, wouldn't such a grand wedding be able to achieve the purpose of consolidating and stabilizing the hearts of the people in the city? Mediz was speechless when he heard that. He thought about it and agreed. Of course, this was also the reason why he was drooling over her beauty. He had been in Ely for a long time and had seen many women, but this was the first time he had seen someone as beautiful as Madenazer. If such a beauty had any request, as long as it was within his capabilities, he would naturally agree to it with a nod. Thus, there was such a lively scene. There were people coming and going in the courtyard of the general's mansion. There were all kinds of people wearing luxurious clothes, chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Bai Shuang, who was dressed like a wealthy merchant, also wore a set of luxurious clothes that the concubine had gotten him as he walked in the courtyard. He had a smile on his face, showing his friendly and amiable side. However, if one were to observe him closely, they would notice that his eyes were always looking into the distance from time to time. That was because he was observing the structure of the houses here, thinking about the best place to strike if he were to make a move. The original plan was to first figure out the military layout in the city, then take control of Mediz. This was double insurance. However, because of the matter with Han Fong, he had to make a move in advance, so he had to be careful. There were more and more people in the courtyard. Roughly counting, there were no less than 300 people, and they were either rich or respectable people. If this was the case, it was likely that almost all the people with some status in the city had arrived. Bai Shuang walked alone in the courtyard, shuttling through the crowd. His eyes even looked at the courtyard to the side. That was where all the followers were staying. As if he was walking casually, Bai Shuang came to a place very close to this courtyard, so that he could send out a signal and lure out 4 elite soldiers to help him. The sky was completely dark, and the auspicious time had arrived. The originally noisy courtyard quickly quieted down. In the direction of the main hall, the 7-foot-tall Mediz finally appeared. Just from his appearance, this person had a tall and sturdy physique and was also a fierce general. It was a pity that the beard on his face made him look too old. When the bride, Madenazer, appeared beside him with the help of her maidservant, the contrast between the two was even stronger. Chapter 12:11. Ha ha! Thank you all for coming. As the host, Mediz laughed heartily. After greeting everyone, he introduced her to everyone. This is my new concubine, Madenazer. Please say a few words to everyone. Aya, the general is so lucky. The general's charm is amazing. That's why the beauty likes him. The general is very brave. If I were the beauty, I would choose him too. Yes, this is what it means to be a beauty with a hero. I've finally seen this scene, huh? Immediately, the compliments came one after another. When Mediz heard it, he laughed even more heartily. It was truly a joyous scene. The compliments and boot-licking continued, but soon, a sweet and clear voice stopped. Madenazer spoke. Hello, everyone. I'm Madenazer. Thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you. Madam, there's no need to be so polite. This is what we should do. Yes, the general protects our safety. Now that he's happy, it's only right that we come to congratulate him. Following, there was another wave of disgusting flattery. Mediz did not reject any of it and accepted it all. At that moment, he was very happy. He could not only get the beauty, he could also use this opportunity to receive a big gift. No matter how he thought about it, he was very happy. The flattery continued in the crowd. Someone started to make a fuss and asked the two to drink cross-cupped wine. Cross-cupped wine had long been spread from the great Ming dynasty. This was a new thing that Yang Chendong started, and it was quickly accepted by the crowd. Hearing this, Mediz naturally did not reject it. He laughed and said, "All right, let's drink. Men, bring the wine." There was no goblet or glass. Such an expensive item was simply out of reach. She brought over 2 exquisite porcelain cups and filled them with white wine. Then, she handed them to Mediz and Madenazer respectively. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a man and a woman, one old and one young, intertwined their arms together. This scene also attracted the cheers of many onlookers. Unlike everyone else, Bai Shuang, who was hidden in the crowd, was ready to send out a signal. He would not allow himself to see a martyr's widow begging the enemy's general, even though doing so would greatly reduce his chances of success. After all, most of the 300 elite soldiers he brought were outside the general's residence. There were only 4 soldiers inside the residence. Even so, he still wanted to rush out and stop everything. In his eyes, this was his mission, the mission of an ordinary 5-star army officer. Of course, he had to admit that Han Fong, who had changed her name to Madenazer, was really beautiful. When he first saw her, even he was stunned. Bai Shuang was ready to act. As soon as he blew the whistle, the 4 elite soldiers would immediately rush into the courtyard with their weapons and kill at will. If possible, it would be best if they could subdue Mediz. Even if it was not possible, he wanted to create chaos here and give the 300 elite soldiers enough time to rush in and surround everything. Bai Shuang, who had already made up his mind and was about to blow the whistle, suddenly stopped. What happened next was completely out of his expectations. Madenazer, who was drinking wine, suddenly had a shiny dagger in her left hand. At this moment, she was pressing it against Mediz's neck. This was a very dramatic scene. Everyone in the courtyard was shocked and stood there as if they were petrified. Even at this moment, many people still did not understand what was happening. Was this a prearranged show? The reason why they said this was because the other main character, Mediz, did not show any signs of panic. On the contrary, his expression was normal. It was as if the target of the dagger was not him, but someone else who had nothing to do with him. The courtyard suddenly became silent. This scene also made Bai Shuang stop what he was doing. He wanted to see what Han Fong was trying to do. Hee. Under everyone's attention, Mediz laughed sinisterly. What's wrong, madam? What are you doing? Don't you know that swords have no eyes? It's easy to hurt people like this, and it's even easier to hurt yourself. As he spoke, Mediz raised his left hand to remove the dagger from his neck. However, at the same time, a pleasant voice sounded. Don't move. Let me tell you, this dagger has been infected with a strong poison. If you're cut by it, I guarantee that you'll lose your life in an instant. If you want to live, you have to listen to everything I say. Strong poison? Hearing this, everyone in the courtyard could not help but panic. At this moment, everyone clearly saw that this was not a prearranged show. This madam really wanted to take Mediz's life. They didn't expect that the new concubine, who was supposed to be brought to the boudoir and waiting to enter the bridal chamber, would have such a fierce side. Everyone was shocked, and at the same time, they were even more curious about how General Mediz would deal with this situation. Strong poison? Maid Sai was surprised, but he wasn't as scared as everyone thought. Instead, he laughed. Beauty, don't joke with me. Do you really think I'll believe you just because you made up a random reason? Maid Sai was stunned for a moment, but he wasn't as scared as everyone thought he was. You don't believe me? Then try it if you can. Medina was very confident when she said these words, giving people a feeling that she was very sure of herself. After hearing this tone, everyone could not help but believe it. Only Mediz laughed and said, I don't believe you. Try it if you can. After saying that, he deliberately moved his neck forward and touched the tip of the dagger. The dagger was indeed sharp. With just a touch, it left a bloody mark on Mediz's neck. This shocked Medina, who was holding the dagger, and she could not help but let go of the dagger. She did not want to take Mediz's life. At least, she did not want to take his life before she completed the mission. A dead general was far less important than a living general who could listen to her orders. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Not only did Mediz not believe her, he even tried to test the dagger with his own body. At this moment, she was caught off guard. Everything did not go according to plan. She only felt that her mind was blank. In the eyes of everyone, Medina's performance was not a big deal. Instead, they were shocked by General Mediz's courage. Only Bai Shuang, who was in the crowd, had a bad feeling. This was not the time to be distracted. Just as Bai Shuang was about to warn Mediz, the moment Medina let her guard down, Mediz made his move. His right arm, that was holding the wine, suddenly loosened. When the bowl fell to the ground, his right hand freed up to grab the dagger. The tables had turned in an instant. Medina was stunned. But what she didn't expect was that as the porcelain cup fell to the ground, there was a crisp sound, and nearly 100 Torpon soldiers suddenly swarmed into the courtyard. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded Madenazer and her maidservants tightly. Mediz, who was already outside the circle, shouted loudly again, "Ha ha! You dare to use such a little trick against me? I'm afraid you don't know that I've already replaced the dagger in your hand. Ha ha! Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid who could be easily fooled by you? You said you were born in Hobok Selly. I've already sent people to investigate. There's no such thing. Tell me, why did you lie to me like this?" Mediz's words left Madenazer's mouth, and she was stunned again and again. Just a moment ago, she thought she was exposed. She thought he knew her identity. But now, it seemed that Mediz did not know. He only found the problem from her fabricated background. So, it did not affect the overall situation. Although the current situation was very unfavorable for her, Medina wasn't afraid. Even if she died, it wouldn't be considered as a failure of the mission. In that case, she would die a worthy death. Medina's expression gradually returned to normal when she realized that her actions had not spoiled the overall situation. Her voice rang out again. "Mediz, you're a scumbag. I'm only here to avenge my personal grudge. Now that you've seen through me, I'll let you do whatever you want of me." As she spoke, Medina purposely puffed out her chest, and at the same time, removed the veil covering her face. Madenazer was already very beautiful. Even a thin veil was unable to hide her beauty. Now that she was gone, her true appearance was completely exposed to everyone, causing waves of exclamations to erupt from the crowd. Following her action, a commotion broke out in the courtyard. Some of the maids who were pouring wine for the officials and nobles suddenly had short knives in their hands. Then, they slashed in all directions, causing chaos. It was obvious that this was Medina's backup plan. The signal to take action was to remove the veil. This scene also caused chaos. Even Bai Shuang, who was in the crowd, was targeted by a maid. However, he did not attack. Instead, he cleverly dodged and used this opportunity to move to the front of the main hall. "How dare you touch my guest? Take her down." Mediz's face turned ugly at this moment. He knew that this woman wouldn't have simply prepared a poison dagger. Now it seemed like he was right. Fortunately, he was prepared. He called over 100 soldiers. When he shouted, the soldiers surrounded the maids in the courtyard. Chapter 12:12. There were less than 10 maids in total, and they were all intelligence agents of the CIA. Some of them were only on the periphery, and their training was limited. The only reason they could create chaos earlier was because of the daggers in their hands. Now that they were facing the Turkmen soldiers armed with spears and swords, they had no advantage at all. They were about to be surrounded. Taking advantage of the chaos, Bai Shuang easily made his way to the front of the hall. He estimated the distance with his eyes, then whistled loudly. With a leap, he landed beside Madenazer. Suddenly, a shadow appeared and landed beside her. Madenazer instinctively wanted to retreat, but at the same time, she heard a soft voice. "Don't panic. I am Bai Shuang, the commander of the 4th Regiment of the 5th Star Army's 1st Cavalry Division. If you want to live, follow me closely." Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Shuang's right hand reached for his waist, and a flexible sword appeared in his hand. He thrust it at Madenazer, who was 2 meters away from him. Although they were both assassins, Madenazer and Bai Shuang were not on the same level. The difference between them could be described as heaven and earth. With just one stab, Madenazer's right arm was injured, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Madenazer was a weak woman, and Madenazer was nothing to him. Therefore, he thought he was the safest. He didn't expect Bai Shuang to appear out of nowhere and use such a sharp sword technique. His right arm was injured because of a moment of carelessness. Out of instinct, the injured Madenazer retreated while shouting at the Turkmen soldiers around him. "Men, take them down! Take them down!" Bai Shuang appeared too quickly, and the speed of his sword was too fast, so the soldiers didn't react in time. Now that the general's voice was heard, the ordinary soldiers immediately responded and rushed towards Bai Shuang. In a short period of time, no less than 30 soldiers had come here. This was all thanks to the 4 elite soldiers who had appeared after hearing the whistle. They had shared some of the firepower. Otherwise, there would have been even more people coming to surround and capture them. Bai Shuang's expression turned serious. He turned to Madanazar and asked, "How is it? Are you scared?" "No." Although Madanazar's body was trembling, she still answered bravely. "Then, since you're not afraid, let's start a massacre here today." "Ha ha." Bai Shuang laughed as she reached her left hand into her pocket. She took out a Type 54 pistol and 2 magazines and handed them to Madanazar. "Do you know how to use this?" "This is a pistol. I've learned how to use it before, but I'm afraid I can't shoot accurately." Madanazar's eyes lit up when she saw the object handed to her. "It's fine. They're so close. Even if we can't beat them to death, we'll scare them to death. All right, I'm going to make my move. Remember to follow me closely." After Bai Shuang finished speaking in a short amount of time, the soft sword in his right hand shook. It turned into a long dragon and suddenly thrust forward. Fighting 1 against 30 was already a test for White Shuang. Not to mention that there was a weak woman behind him that needed to be protected. But even so, he would not back down. This was his duty as a professional soldier, and more importantly, as a man. With a roar, Bai Shuang stepped forward and stabbed out with his sword, striking the chest of a Turfan soldier. The sword was pulled out, and blood spurted out. The soldier on the other side fell to the ground. 1. Bai Shuang's lips moved slightly as he spoke softly. Madanazar, who was behind him, heard everything. She was shocked and blushed. Bai Shuang's entire body was emitting a masculine scent. She, who was very close to him, felt the same way. Swoosh! Bai Shuang thrust out his sword again, then pulled it back. 2. Bang! After a deafening gunshot, Madanazar's voice rang out. 3. Haha, well done. Bai Shuang praised from the bottom of his heart. Then his long sword danced like a snake, forming an impenetrable net to kill the enemy and protect himself at the same time. Bai Shuang's sudden appearance made the already chaotic situation even more chaotic. Many of the officials and nobles who came to celebrate saw the bloody scene. They screamed and ran out of the courtyard. But they quickly retreated, not for any other reason, but because there were countless black-clothed soldiers rushing in from the outside. As these people rushed in, firecrackers were set off outside the general's mansion. This was Wu Tsong's masterpiece. They wanted to use the sound of firecrackers to cover up the sounds of killing in the general's mansion. The 290 elite soldiers of the 5-star army, who stayed outside, finally arrived. As soon as they appeared, their swords danced, and those who stood in their way were either dead or injured. "Stop them! Stop them!" Madanazar, who had been stabbed in the right arm, thought he had the situation under control. He did not expect the enemy to have more people than him. At this moment, his expression became very ugly. He regretted it. If he knew this would happen, he would have taken down Madanazar earlier. Why did he have to put on this show? Fortunately, he was afraid that Madanazar would find out, so he only mobilized 100 soldiers this time. Now, it seemed that he had miscalculated, but there was still a chance. For example, he could capture Bai Shuang or Madanazar and use them to threaten them. There was still a chance to turn the situation around. Immediately, he shouted at the soldiers guarding beside him, "Quick, charge! Take down this adulterous couple. Take them down." With this shout, the pressure Bai Shuang faced increased. The number of enemies in front of him increased from a few to more than 10. When these people attacked together, Bai Shuang's left arm was immediately injured. If Madanazar did not fire 2 shots at the critical moment and intimidate some people, Bai Shuang would have been seriously injured. His left arm was still bleeding, but Bai Shuang did not seem to hear it. The soft sword in his hand was still moving back and forth. But after all, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 palms. The speed of his sword was obviously slower. "Quick! He can't take it anymore. Attack together, attack." Seeing that the turning point was right in front of him, Madanazar shouted and raised his sword at the same time. However, he was smart enough not to attack Bai Shuang. His right arm was already injured, and he did not want to repeat the same mistake. This time, he chose to attack Madanazar, who was relatively weak. At this time, Madanazer had already used up all the bullets in her gun. There were more than 20 bullets, but she only killed 3 enemies and injured 4. The rest of the bullets were nowhere to be seen. At this moment, she was anxious because she was holding a gun that had no bullets. At this moment, a long sword was thrust at her face. Madanazer was obviously very angry at this moment. He wanted to destroy this woman's face. The long sword suddenly came at Madanazer while she was at a loss. At this moment, when she saw the sword enlarging in her eyes, she instinctively closed her eyes and waited for her death. Get out of the way. At the critical moment, Bai Shuang noticed the commotion behind him. With a loud shout, he leaped backward. The sword slashed Bai Shuang's back, leaving a palm-sized wound. The pain on his back caused Bai Shuang to let out a muffled groan. All of this fell into Madanazer's eyes as she was pinned under him. At this moment, the two's posture was somewhat ambiguous. Their breaths were so close that they could easily feel each other's breath. This made Madanazer's face blush. But when she thought of the current situation, she asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm not dead yet." Bai Shuang endured the pain and replied. Then, he grabbed Madanazer and flipped her one by one. After he did that, he dodged the sword in Madanazer's hand. Madanazer's face was filled with anger after he failed to subdue the two of them. He roared and charged at Bai Shuang again with his sword. But as soon as he stepped forward, a soft sword flew at him, forcing him to take 3 steps back to avoid the attack. The soft sword was thrown by Bai Shuang. At this moment, he had no weapon in his hand. After a bitter smile, he hugged Madanazer and said, "Fine, I'll die. I won't be lonely if I can die with a beauty in my arms." "Is that so? Am I a beauty?" Madanazer blushed when she heard Bai Shuang's words. Bai Shuang was just expressing his feelings. When he thought of Madanazer's identity as the widow of a 5-star army officer, he immediately shut his mouth. He would never do something like blasphemy. Seeing that Bai Shuang didn't answer, Madanazer pouted. She then whispered, "To be able to die together with the general, this little girl is content." The voice wasn't very clear, but since they were so close, Bai Shuang still heard it clearly. His face immediately turned red. Madanazer saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh. Whoosh, 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 a few arrows were fired. The elite soldiers of the 5-star army finally rushed into the courtyard and attacked Madanazer, who was standing in front of the hall. Dozens of soldiers died one after another. Even Madanazer himself was hit by 2 arrows. After he fell to the ground, the situation was settled. The inside and outside of the general's mansion were under the control of the 5-star army. They had taken a risk, but they had actually succeeded. Aside from luck, the most important reason for their success was Madanazer's plan. Her idea was simple. First, she would control Madanazer, then use his mouth to control the upper echelons of the city. Then, she would create chaos from the bottom to prepare for the arrival of the 5-star army. Her plan was generally feasible, but it wasn't perfect. Bai Shuang's arrival helped her perfect everything, making what happened next seem like a miracle. Chapter 12-13. Under the blades of the 5-star army. Those who were afraid of death and wanted to live all lowered their heads and promised to cooperate fully. This included General Mediz, who looked very brave just a moment ago. There was no other way. When his sword cut into Bai Shuang's back, it was so deep that it exposed the bone. Seeing their regiment commander suffer such an injury, the soldiers under him naturally wouldn't be kind to him. They would use whatever method was effective. In just a short while, this general who had lived a comfortable life for many years lowered his head and surrendered. With the help of these high-ranking officers, after their letters were sent to their subordinates through the 5-star army, Hobokseri City no longer had any defenses. A bright light shot out from within the city. The 20,000 cavalrymen of the world's 1st Division who had been lying in ambush in the city entered from all 4 sides, achieving their goal of occupying this border city without shedding a single drop of blood. Someone, report to the 6th young master that we have occupied Hobokseri City without any losses. Next, we will move from the north to the south, leaving the Ayla Mountain Pass and marching towards the capital city of Ely. Riding on his horse, Division Commander Tian, who laughed as he spoke to the reporter. Then, he looked at the 4 regimental commanders and said, let's go take a look at the injured hero regimental commander. Ha, let's go. Temu, and the other 3 laughed. They weren't here to laugh at White Shuang, nor were they gloating over his injury. It was just that getting injured was a common occurrence for them. Sometimes, getting injured was even a symbol of honor. With Division Commander Tian, who is the leader, the 5 of them each brought some elites and went straight to the general's mansion. This was now White Shuang's temporary place to recuperate. After the 5 of them entered the courtyard, other than seeing the strict security, they also saw a beautiful figure carrying a basin of clear water towards the back of the mansion. Her voice was as clear as an oriole's. I'm going to change the regimental commander's dressing. No one is allowed to disturb him. Don't worry, Miss Han. The 5-star army soldier in charge of guarding the place nodded solemnly. He almost patted his chest and promised. Without noticing Tian, Hu, and the others behind her, the woman strode towards the backyard, leaving the crowd outside dumbfounded. This girl's figure isn't bad. I saw her side profile just now, and she's very pretty. Commander Bai is in luck this time. The 3rd commander, Hu Bo chuckled and said, It said that beauties love heroes. I've heard that Commander Bai saved a very beautiful woman during this mission. Now, it seems like it's true. Sigh. I knew there was such a good thing, so I rushed over. An envious voice sounded. The one who said this was the 5th Regiment Commander Gong Feng, who was also single. Everyone was joking about this matter. Since the woman had said that she was going to change by Shuang's bandages, and it was not appropriate for others to disturb her, no one would be so bored as to go and visit her now. Using this opportunity, everyone became interested in that beautiful woman, especially Division Commander Tian Hu. In the 5-star army, other than the Cold Vanguard Army, the other armies, divisions, and regiments didn't have political commissars. This meant that the main commander had to take care of all matters. It must be said that Bai Shuang wasn't young anymore. It was about time for him to get married and have children. Tian Hu, who was very concerned about this matter, felt that the opportunity had come. It wasn't that he hadn't asked Bai Shuang before, and he had asked as both a superior and a friend. However, Bai Shuang didn't give an accurate answer. In his words, the war was urgent and personal matters could be discussed later. However, only Division Commander Tian, who knew that this was because he hadn't met the right person. Now that there was such an opportunity, he obviously wanted to find out more about her. You come here. Tian, who pointed at the soldier guarding the backyard and waved his hand. Division Commander, what are your orders? The soldier had already noticed Tian, whose group. However, since the division commander didn't ask, they couldn't take the initiative to speak. This was a military rule of the 5-star army. Let me ask you, what's the name of the woman just now? What is her background? What is her identity? Do you know? Tian, who asked a series of questions the moment he opened his mouth. From this, it could be seen that he was already very concerned about this matter. Reporting to division commander, this woman's name is Han Fong. The soldier was one of the 4 warriors who followed Bai Shuang. He knew some of the things that he knew more clearly. He immediately said everything he knew. At this moment, it wasn't only Tian who was listening. The other 4 commanders were also listening. When they heard that although this woman was beautiful, she was once the widow of a vice commander of the new army, they couldn't help but shake their heads helplessly. It wasn't that they looked down on widows, nor did they have any thoughts of this woman bringing bad luck to her husband. It was just that she was a military widow. Out of respect, it was clearly inappropriate for her to marry Bai Shuang. So it's like this. After Tian, who finished listening to the soldier's detailed report, he waved his hand and dismissed him. At the same time, he frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. He said, Men, send a telegram to the 7th Madam of Crimson City. Ask her about the specific situation of this woman called Han Fong. Send a telegram to the 7th Madam. Tian, whose action caused the other 4 commanders to be shocked. Then, the 2nd commander Lu Duo kindly reminded him, Division Commander, it's not good to trouble the 7th Madam for such a small matter. Also, this woman's identity isn't suitable for Commander Bai. This so-called unsuitable could be divided into two types. The first was out of respect. The second was due to the difference in status. Bai Shuang was the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division. He was also the student of the 6th Young Master. Although he was only a commander, if he left here and became a division commander somewhere else, he would be a great general who could take charge of a region. How could Tian-Hu not understand this logic? However, he still firmly said, disturbing the 7th Madam shouldn't be a problem. We're doing this for the sake of fairness. Also, even if we want to give Commander Bai an explanation, there are some issues that need to be investigated. Mango. After a full hour, Han Fang's delicate figure appeared. She was still holding a basin of water, but it was no longer clear. Instead, it was dyed red with blood. When she came out, she saw Tian-Hu and the others. Although they didn't know each other before, the Major General star on his shoulder was very eye-catching. Immediately, Han Fang hurriedly knelt on the ground, looking like she wanted to pay her respects. Miss Han, there's no need to be so courteous. You know that our 5-star army doesn't like this. Tian-Hu hurriedly spoke out to stop her. At the same time, he sized up Han Fang's body. Then, he nodded, looking very satisfied. Many thanks for General's understanding. Han Fang, who had already changed back to her name, bowed slightly and said with gratitude, "No need to be so polite. All right, how's Commander Bai now? Can we go visit him now?" Tian-Hu finally remembered the important matter and asked Han Fang. At the same time, he tightly grasped the investigation telegram that he had just received. It must be said that telegrams were very convenient. When the telegram was sent to the 7th Madam, she found out that it was from the 1st Cavalry Division. Naturally, she attached great importance to it. Soon, Han Fang's situation was reported back. Because of this, Tian-Hu is even more certain of one thing. Of course you can. Commander Bai's situation is already much better. Generals, please go ahead and visit him. Han Fang said very politely. Many thanks. Tian-Hu smiled and cupped his fists. Then, he led the 4 regimental commanders and strode towards the backyard, leaving behind Han Fang, who looked at everyone's backs with envy. However, not long after, she sighed. Perhaps she thought of her own identity. In the backyard, Bai Shuang was already sitting up. There was a pillow on his back that perfectly supported his bandaged chest. At this moment, he was reading a military book. When he heard the footsteps outside, he didn't raise his head and said, "Miss Han, I'm fine here. If you have something to do, you should go and do it first." Oh my, our Commander Bai is always talking about Miss Han. It seemed that he really does miss her. Gong Feng's voice sounded from outside the door. As 2 regimental commanders who had joined the 1st Cavalry Division at the same time, their relationship had always been good. They could joke about any kind of thing. Hearing this voice, Bai Shuang was stunned. Then, the figures of Tian-Hu and the 4 regimental commanders appeared in his line of sight. He immediately smiled. Out of courtesy, he wanted to get up. Tian-Hu, who was walking at the front, quickly waved his hand. "Since you're already injured, why bother with the etiquette? Quickly sit down." Huh. Bai Shuang laughed somewhat embarrassedly. Although he didn't get up, the military book in his hand had already been placed to the side, and his body was much straighter. "How are you? Are you all right?" The 5 of them each found a place to sit and asked about Bai Shuang's injury. Bai Shuang, who wasn't injured for the first time, shook his head. "I'm fine. I was just stared at by a mosquito. If there's a mission right now, I can still get on the horse." "Forget it. Do you really think that our 1st Cavalry Division doesn't have anyone else? Do you think we need an injured regimental commander to charge in a battle?" The other regimental commanders immediately laughed and joked. Although the 6 of them met to visit Bai Shuang, they quickly talked about military matters. Bai Shuang also knew that the 1st Cavalry Division was going to head to the Ala Mountain Pass and prepare to attack the capital city of Yili. Unfortunately, Hoboksari City needed someone to temporarily guard it until Yang Qindong's troops took over the defense line. As the injured Bai Shuang, he naturally had to take on this task. This was naturally to take care of Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang couldn't say anything about this. What? Were they really going to let him, an injured regimental commander, go with the army? If so, which regiment should he leave behind to guard it? He had just made a great contribution, so he had to give the other regimental commanders a chance to perform. Chapter 12:14. After weighing the pros and cons, Bai Shuang resolutely agreed. At this moment, the other 4 regimental commanders all breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, they were still somewhat worried that Bai Shuang would disagree. In this way, one of them would have to stay behind. Bai Shuang, you don't have to worry too much. The 6th young master has already sent a telegram. The team sent from the logistics camp of the first city has already passed Iji. It won't be long before they arrive at Hobok Seri City and switch with you. Take this opportunity to have a good rest and train the army at the same time. Now that each of your regiments has doubled the number of soldiers, the combat effectiveness must be improved correspondingly. Otherwise, we will fail to live up to the 6th young master's expectations of us. Division Commander Tian, who comforted him loudly. Yes, thank you for your concern, Division Commander and brothers. Bai Shuang smiled. He really wanted to train the army well, especially the army's coordination and combat ability. It was just that they had not had a good rest since the expansion. They could only train during the journey. Now that there was an opportunity, of course, he had to seize it. After they finished talking about the important matters, more than half an hour had passed. There were many things to do in the army. After the 4 regimental commanders looked at each other, they all got up and left. However, Division Commander Tian, who did not leave with the crowd for the first time. Instead, he watched the 4 regimental commanders salute him and leave one by one. When there were only 2 people left in the room, Bai Shuang asked curiously, Division Commander, is there anything else or a mission? There are things, and there are also missions. But before that, I want to ask you something first. Tian, who said with a serious face. Bai Shuang's face immediately became a lot more serious. Yes, Division Commander, please give the order. Okay. After Tian, who made a sound of agreement, he looked at Bai Shuang, who had a solemn expression, and asked a question that was completely unexpected and unexpected. What is your impression of Lady Han Fong? Stunned. For nearly 10 breaths, Bai Shuang did not answer. He sat there in a daze, as if he was struck by lightning. It was not until Tian, who coughed softly again, that he seemed to remember something and said, Division Commander, are you? Did you ask the wrong question? I'm telling you no. I'm talking to you on behalf of the division leader. Be serious. Tian, who also knew that asking him to talk about this issue was a bit too much, but he had no choice. He thought about it for a while, and other than himself, there was no one else in the 1st Cavalry Division who was suitable to talk about this matter. If it were any other guild leader, the situation would only be worse, and the situation would become even more awkward. Tian, who suddenly became so serious that Bai Shuang had no choice but to face this problem. However, he was very clear about Han Fong's situation. After all, she was the widow of a new battalion commander. Just based on this point alone, he couldn't have any other thoughts. Otherwise, it would be a form of disrespect to a martyr who had died. So after hesitating for a long time, he only opened his mouth and said, Lady Han is a good lady, but that's enough. You just need to know that she's a good girl. Tian, who was waiting for this sentence. Of course, if he continued, then the situation would change. After saying this, he continued to ask in depth. Guild leader Bai Shuang, please answer this question seriously. Remember, I'm not asking you now. I'm asking you on behalf of the 1st Cavalry Division's division commander. If Lady Han Fong were to be your wife, would you be willing? What? That's impossible. When Bai Shuang heard this, he hurriedly waved his hands, as if there was a wild beast in front of him. He had no choice but to refuse. Why is it impossible? Is it because she was once engaged to a deputy battalion commander of the new 1st Army? Tian, who suddenly raised his voice as he asked this question. Yes. Bai Shuang didn't completely understand the meaning of this sentence, because at this moment, his mind was already blank. Although he indeed had a good impression of Lady Han Fong, he definitely wouldn't do anything to betray a comrade for his own selfish reasons, even if that comrade had already died on the battlefield. Tian, who was very satisfied with Bai Shuang's answer, he continued to ask, Then if I tell you that even if you marry Lady Han Fong now, you won't betray anyone, will you still refuse? At this moment, Bai Shuang finally raised his head, as if he understood something. He looked at Tianhu and asked, "Senior brother, what's going on?" The reason why he called him senior brother was because both of them studied under Yang Chendong. This kind of address was only used when there were no outsiders. "What's going on?" "Haha, you're lucky." Tianhu, who had a serious face just a moment ago, was now full of smiles. "Let me tell you, I've already investigated." The person who asked was the 7th madam, and she's already given a reply. Lady Han Fong was indeed engaged to a new battalion commander, but it was only a verbal agreement. There wasn't even a ceremony, and they didn't even enter the bridal chamber. Unfortunately, that officer had already died on the battlefield. Now, Lady Han Fong is a free person, and the CIA has also confirmed this. She has the freedom to pursue a happy marriage, and it doesn't involve any moral or emotional issues. Do you understand now? Tianhu's words stunned Bai Shuang. After a long while, he asked with a face full of joy, "Is this true? If I marry her, it won't be a moral issue, and I won't be letting down that dead battalion commander, right?" "Of course not." "Actually, even if there really is something going on with that battalion commander, so what? Teacher said a long time ago that Han people can pursue freedom of love, freedom of marriage. Think about it. Didn't teacher's 6th sister divorce someone else? But isn't she still living very well with Chief Long of the Ministry of Public Security? Not to mention, Lady Han Fong and that battalion commander haven't done anything yet. Of course, your worries aren't without problems. I want to tell teacher about this matter and let him make a decision. If we have teacher's approval, then there won't be any problems," Tianhu said with a face full of confidence. Bai Shuang couldn't help but feel nervous when he heard that he was going to disturb Yang Chendong. Teacher is very busy every day. It's not good to trouble him over such a small matter. What's not good about it? Let me tell you, the last time I saw teacher, he asked me about your marriage. We will grow old one day, and our descendants will need to do a lot of things on the battlefield. Teacher has always supported this. All right, don't act like you're the victim of a bargain. Just tell me what you mean. Tianhu snorted. He had a look that said, "If you say no, I won't care about this matter." Bai Shuang had a very good impression of Han Fong, especially since he was injured. She had taken care of him in every possible way. In addition, she was not only beautiful, but also brave and smart. Wasn't such a woman suitable to be his wife? It was just that because of her identity, he had been suppressing this thought in his heart. Now that everything was no longer a problem, how could he not agree? He immediately nodded and said, I agree. I'll have to trouble senior brother for everything." Seeing that the matter was finally settled, Tianhu nodded happily. "All right, I'll send a telegram to teacher and tell him this good news. As for you, kid, you've already taken care of the girl. If other people aren't willing, then there'll be a joke. This time, you'll be guarding Hobok Seri City. Take advantage of this time to do something big. It's best if you can get your eldest son out too. Then good things come in pairs." Hearing Tianhu's teasing, Bai Shuang also laughed foolishly. As for Han Fong, he was confident that he could convince her because he had a feeling that she liked him. After Tianhu left, Han Fong walked over. She was a bit worried about his injury. After all, he had suffered it to protect her. However, when White Shuang told her about it, her face was immediately filled with joy. It was said that beauties loved heroes, especially heroes who had saved their lives. In addition, White Shuang was both intelligent and brave, and had the air of scholarly general. He also had the spirit of a grown man. How could she not be willing? However, the little girl was shy and did not immediately agree. Instead, she ran away shyly. This caused Bai Shuang to laugh loudly behind her. On the official road to Turpan City, an army with a bright flag of the 5-star army was moving forward. Among them, a cavalry unit with black cloaks was especially eye-catching. In the 5-star army, the rank of an officer was very obvious. It could be seen from the military rank, and it could also be seen from the cloak that an individual wore. As for the black cloak, it was usually only worn by those with the position of guild leader. The reason why it was said to be a normal situation was because there was something special about it. The black cavalry that protected Yang Chendong could also wear it. There were 2,000 black cavalry soldiers, and they were all wearing black cloaks. The 1,000 black cavalry that had been selected from Crimson City had finally arrived. Among them, Chiu Vi was the captain of the 1st Brigade, Dao Xiao was the captain of the 2nd Brigade, and Ba Daojiang was the vice-captain of the 1st Brigade due to his outstanding performance. Yang Qindong was in this unit. He was riding a white dragon and wearing a golden battle suit, which made him stand out from the rest. Beside him, Beta Persei was wearing a purple military cloak, which was also very eye-catching. Everyone looked at him with envy. Young Master, a telegram from the 1st Cavalry Division. In the carriage behind him, the leader of the telegram team, Wang Shan, sent a telegram to Beta Persei and then handed it to Yang Qindong. Yang Qindong curiously turned around. Didn't a telegram just arrive not long ago? Why is it here again? Chapter 12:15. With a hint of curiosity, Yang Qindong took the telegram. He didn't think that anything would go wrong. With the combat ability of the 1st Cavalry Division and the fact that they had just doubled their forces, anyone who wanted to cause trouble for them would have to be prepared to lose their teeth. After receiving the telegram, Yang Qindong quickly scanned the contents of the telegram. Then he burst into laughter. Hee, White Shuang, spring has come. Spring is coming? Beta Persei obviously didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Yang Qindong didn't explain. Instead, after a moment of silence, he said, "Let Wang Shan send a telegram to the 7th Madam to confirm the situation of a girl named Han Fong. Then send a telegram to Tiger's Mane to understand the specific situation of a girl named Han Fong and the battalion commander. Then report it." White Shuang was an orphan. As his teacher, he was no different from his parents. Of course, he had to make the decision for such a big matter. But before that, he had to make things clear. He didn't want to make a mistake. That would be a joke. It would hurt the two young people's hearts. Yang Qindong gave the order. After the telegram was sent out, there was a quick reply. Obviously, everyone attached great importance to the matter that Bugnam of Gojoseon valued. It didn't take long for the matter of Han Fong to be investigated clearly. It was confirmed that she only had a verbal engagement with the deputy battalion commander who died in battle. The two of them didn't even meet. Everything was set up by the matchmaker. Later, after the deputy battalion commander died in battle, the matchmaker didn't care about this matter. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Fong valued friendship, very few people would know about this matter. After understanding the details, Yang Qindong immediately waved his pen and approved the marriage between White Shuang and Han Fong. He also allowed them to complete the wedding in Hobox. Not only that, Yang Qindong also ordered a small team of black cavalry to go to Hobox and bring a congratulatory gift. With Yang Qindong's blessing, no one would say anything about this matter. Of course, this wasn't a big deal, at least for Yang Xie's 5-star army. As his territory grew larger and his influence grew stronger, the number of officers in the army and the local government increased as well. Marriage was not known to the general public. Unless it was someone with a special status like Bai Shuang, it would not attract Yang Qindong's attention. His attention was now focused on the city of Turpan, which was a few hundred miles away. The intelligence department had already sent word that the Ili Kingdom and Yirkiang Kingdom had sent 30,000 troops each to Tulyafan City, seemingly intending to have a decisive battle with the 5-star army there. "Young Master, do we need to urge 4th Master Lu to catch up from behind?" Beta Persei also saw the report and suggested, "There's no need. Do you think they will be stupid enough to let us attack a city after losing 8 miles? 4th Master Lu, it's better for you to escort the food from behind." Yang Qindong waved his hand confidently. The 3 countries actually wanted to fight with his main force. This was something he couldn't ask for more. Originally, he was most worried that he wouldn't be able to find the main force. Once the enemy scattered and implemented harassment tactics, he would have the biggest headache. But now that they wanted a decisive battle, he would fulfill their wish. As long as they could destroy the enemy's main force in one fell swoop, the speed of taking down this place will be much faster and save a lot of time. Send a message to the small Japanese empire in Shurchen. Hurry up and send the small Japanese empire to the front line. Such a large piece of land needs a lot of people. After Yang Shindong said this to Beta Persei, he looked forward. It wouldn't be long before the land under their feet would be surnamed Yang and then Han. In order to do it once and for all, the migration of the foreign people was necessary. In the Second World War, Japan had occupied Korea for more than 40 years and had also been entrenched in the northeast of China for a long time. However, the voices of resistance had never stopped. For this reason, a large number of Japanese troops and forces were involved. What was the reason? Was it just because the Japanese didn't treat them as human beings? This might be the main reason, but it wasn't the only reason. At least for a period of time, Japan had implemented a policy of controlling China with China. As long as the people didn't rebel, they were given a certain amount of security and protection, but the voices of resistance still didn't stop. The reason was that in addition to the backbone of the Chinese nation, the most important reason was that they could get the support and solidarity of the people by fighting on their own land. With these lessons learned from previous mistakes, Yang Shindong had long adopted an extreme method, which was the migration of the people. When all these people were thrown into chaos and changed to a new place, they suddenly had no brothers and sisters around them, no people of the same race. When they were not even familiar with the land under their feet, the so-called voices of resistance would naturally disappear. In short, without a suitable soil for survival, some things could not survive, and some ideas could not grow. Naturally, in order to achieve such a result, one would need to have a large territory to achieve the goal of migration. Obviously, Yang Shindong had such conditions. Now, in the Ili region, he was using the same method. He wanted to transfer the people from the other provinces to exchange with the people here to achieve the effect of completely destroying and strangling the will of the people. Conquer the world and let the Han people live wherever there were people. Wherever there were people, the status of the Han people would be the highest, and all the Han people would be proud of their birth. This kind of slogan was not as simple as just saying. If you wanted to carry it out, it would be incredibly difficult. However, since Yang Shindong had brought the modern army here, he naturally had to do something. Even if he could not do it, he would let his descendants do it. In short, this was the goal that he had worked hard for. Looking at it now, the goal was indeed very big, but it was not impossible. Hadn't he already trampled on many small countries and made them part of the Han people's territory? The Navy was also actively making preparations, especially after taking down the Japanese Empire and capturing who knows how many navies. Now, they were very powerful, and it would not be long before they set out to conquer the world. Looking forward to the arrival of that day, Yang Shindong felt that the burden on his shoulders was heavy, but he was not afraid. With a light shout, he rode on the white dragon and led the army straight to Turpan City. Turpan City. At this moment, the whole city was in chaos. People could be seen everywhere on the streets, and from time to time, they would collide with each other. The people were busy moving their valuables out of the city. The soldiers were also busy moving their provisions and military supplies. Everyone was scrambling to get out of the city, as if they would be left behind forever if they were late. In such a chaotic situation, bumping into each other was inevitable. Even if many Turpan people were maintaining order in the city, they still could not alleviate the chaos. How could it be so easy to empty out the capital of Turpan in such a short period of time? Palace. The new king, Hardenbarter, was roaring with a face full of anger. Who was it? Who leaked the news? Investigate. Investigate for this king. No wonder Hardenbarter was so angry. He had just made up his mind to withdraw from Turpan City, and the news spread out, causing the people to be in chaos, which affected the withdrawal of the army. The reason why he made this decision was because of the lesson of Don't Lose 8li. We learned that the 5-star army had powerful artillery that could flatten an entire city. Hardenbarter knew that the so-called strong city was a joke in the eyes of the enemy. If he still defended the capital, the result would not be much better than Don't Lose 8li. It must be said that Hardenbarter was worthy of being the king who led the rise of Turpan City. He immediately made a decisive move, which was to withdraw from the city and fight the 5-star army on the grassland. In short, he would not defend the city. Originally, according to Hardenbarter's plan, he would withdraw the army first, and then move the people. But for some reason, the news was leaked, and now the city was in chaos. His plan to withdraw had to be delayed. After a series of roars, someone immediately went out of the palace to investigate the leak of the secret. But in such a chaotic situation, it was not easy to find out who leaked the secret. Not to mention, the people who leaked the secret were from the Yangtze Intelligence Department. They had strong anti-reconnaissance abilities, so it was not easy to find them in a short time. After venting his anger, Hardenbarter's expression seemed to be better. He looked at Daiqin, who was standing in the hall, and waved his hand. "General, how far is the 5-star army cavalry from us?" "My king, the closest is less than 100 miles. Although he didn't want to answer this question, since the king asked, he could only tell the truth. 100 miles? Haha. Hearing this answer, Hardenbarter's expression froze for a moment. Then he sneered, 100 miles, even the elite cavalry would take less than half a day to arrive. How many people and resources can we evacuate? Daiqin was also shocked by the speed of the 5-star army cavalry. But as a general, he couldn't be afraid of the enemy. Otherwise, he would be unqualified and incompetent. Even though Daiqin had lost a battle, but as a general, he had never lost his character. Seeing the king in such a difficult position, he hesitated for a moment, then steeled his heart and stood out. "My king, I think there's a way. We can stop the 5-star army cavalry. Didn't the Ili Empire and Yirkiang Empire each send 30,000 cavalry and have already arrived at our Turpan city? As long as we can work with them, I am confident that we can fight the 5-star army and stop them outside Turpan city." "Oh, really?" Hearing Daiqin's confident words, Hardenbarter's eyes were filled with hope. Chapter 12:16. There shouldn't be a problem. Daiqin's reply was straightforward, but there was one thing he didn't say. If the 3 armies all listened to him, then there wouldn't be a problem. Good. Seeing how confident Daiqin was, Hardenbarter's anger disappeared, and he said, "If that's the case, then I'll order you to talk to them. As long as their request isn't too excessive, we can agree to it." "Yes, Your Majesty, but I think we should continue to evacuate the city. After all, Tuliefan City is too close to the 5-star army. No one knows what will happen." After Daiqin received the order, he still gave his suggestion to be safe. "Don't worry, this king will not let our people be threatened. In a while, I will give the order for everyone to withdraw to Kaliyushi and rebuild the defensive line there." Hardenbarter naturally did not place all his hopes on the coalition forces and had already made preparations for this. After knowing that His Majesty had a backup plan, Daiqin could finally relax. He immediately walked out of the palace and headed towards the alliance camp outside the city. Before, the 3 countries had sat down together to discuss. In order to deal with the powerful 5-star army, they had to unite. The result of the discussion was that if one side was attacked, the other 2 countries had to unconditionally provide support. It was just that some words sounded nice, like unconditional support. Then how many people should they send? 100,000 was reinforcements. But who could say 1,000 wasn't reinforcements? The so-called alliance was just to deal with the powerful 5-star army. If there wasn't the 5-star army, the 3 sides would still be in a hostile relationship. If they could defeat the 5-star army and weaken their allies, this was probably everyone's goal. Because of this thought, Daiqin also knew that it wouldn't be easy to convince the 2 allied armies to fight the 5-star army. Ili sent out 30,000 cavalrymen to assist Tuliefan. The general leading them was Wuli Ji, who had fought against the Wuda army and suffered a great defeat. Yirkiang sent out 30,000 cavalrymen to assist Tuliefan. The general leading them was called a Leifu. Next, Daiqin wanted to find these 2 generals. As former opponents, they were naturally familiar with each other. Sometimes, they would even work together to deal with the other side. As an acquaintance, the moment they met, Daiqin immediately stated his intentions. "Generals, there's no need to say more about the current situation. The 5-star army's target isn't just Turpan. They want the entire region. This time, I hope that we can work together sincerely to defeat the 5-star army and protect the safety of the people of the country behind us." Both Uli Ji and Alefu silently nodded their heads in response to such pleasing words. No matter what they were thinking, they had to act as if they were working together. The two of them only nodded their heads. This wasn't what General Dai-Chin wanted to see. Feeling the pressure, he took a deep breath and looked at the two of them again. There's a saying in Han Dynasty that an army can't do without a leader. In order to better stop the five-star army's cavalry, I think we need to choose a commander. As long as our orders are unified, we will be able to defeat the enemy. If we fight separately, it will only create opportunities for the enemy to defeat us. This involved the power of the army. At this moment, the two generals couldn't remain silent. The skinny but spirited Alefu was the first to speak. General Dai-Chin, who do you think should be the general? Dai-Chin, who was already prepared, said without hesitation, "Of course it is me. This time, you all only sent out 30,000 troops, while I am under the king's orders, leading 40,000 cavalry. I have the most troops, right?" Dai-Chin had to take this position as the general. This directly affected whether or not they could stop the five-star army's cavalry. He couldn't be at ease leaving it to others. We listen to whoever has the most troops. Based on this, if General Uli Ji and I work together, we will have 20,000 more cavalry than you. Does that mean you have to listen to the two of us? Alefu was clearly not satisfied with this answer. His words were filled with the smell of gunpowder. "You are being unreasonable," Dai-Chin said angrily. "Whoever has the most troops is the general. It's also unreasonable." General Alefu didn't back down. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel, Uli Ji, who had been silent, had to step up. "Okay, two generals, stop quarreling. The reason why we are here is to discuss how to defeat the five-star army. Quarreling won't solve the problem. None of us want to lose and be scolded by the king." "Humph." Alefu snorted and turned his head to the side. His actions were just like his name, a naughty child. The tent quietened down again. Uli Ji looked at Dai-Chin and asked, "If it is as you said and we have to listen to your orders, what are you going to do? What benefits can we get?" The three sides agreed that they must unconditionally help the side being attacked. However, from Uli Ji's words, it was obvious that there were conditions for them to help. This wasn't Uli Ji's idea. He had just received a secret letter from Prime Minister Arab, which stated that Hobak Seri had been taken over by the Pentagram Legion. Now Ili Belly was having a hard time fending for themselves. They couldn't send any more reinforcements to Turpan, and they didn't even have the resources to supply the army. Uli Belly had to think of a solution himself. Because he knew this, Uli Ji turned his attention to Dai-Chin and started to ask for benefits. Although Dai-Chin was mentally prepared, he was still somewhat dissatisfied after hearing this. However, the king had said before that as long as the request wasn't too excessive, he would try his best to satisfy it. Thus, he suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, "But what kind of benefits does General Wu Liji require?" The most basic problem of food. You guys have to solve it, right? As for the war horses, you know that we came from afar and can't ask for help from the rear. Of course, if you can satisfy these conditions, my 30,000 cavalry will listen to General Dai-Chin's orders. Uli Ji stated his conditions. He had no choice. Prime Minister Arab told him to think of a solution himself. What good ideas did he have? He could only turn his attention to Turpan. It wasn't hard to solve the problem of rations, as Tolufin had a lot of rations. However, Dai-Chin obviously wouldn't agree to solve the problem of war horses. He shook his head and said, "I can give you the rations, but not the war horses. Our country doesn't have a lot of war horses." Hearing that there was no problem with the rations, and hearing Dai-Chin say that there were not many war horses, Waliji knew that there was hope. He immediately smiled. General Dai-Chin's words are wrong. A while ago, when the grasslands were in chaos, the Turfan kingdom, which was closest to them, used a lot of rations to exchange for their war horses. If what I said is correct, there are at least 50,000 war horses in the horse field outside of Turfan. How about this? We won't ask for much, just 10,000 war horses from each side. Uli Ji was obviously prepared. When Dai-Chin heard these words, his expression changed. 10,000 war horses, is impossible. Although we have some war horses, they're prepared for the old soldiers. You know that after the military restructuring in Turpan, there are many retired soldiers among the people. Once they have war horses and sharp sabers, they can become soldiers again. These are for... Daichin still wanted to continue, but Wu Liji interrupted him. 8,000 war horses. No, at most 3,000. 7,000. 3,500. The two generals, who led tens of thousands of troops, were like two unscrupulous merchants. After a round of bargaining, they finally set the number at 5,000. Since he could get food and 5,000 war horses, Uli Ji felt that he had reached the conditions he was satisfied with. He nodded and said, "Then, the 30,000 Ili soldiers I brought will listen to General Daichin." Uli Ji lowered his head. Although Aleifu was unhappy, he only had 30,000 cavalry, so he couldn't do much. In the end, he could only agree. Just like that, the Three Alliance Army was formed. They agreed to follow General Daichin's orders to stop the Five-Star Army at the northeast front line of Turpan. 8 hours later, they had to gather at the designated location. Daichin clenched his fists and left the camp excitedly. He had to report the good news to his king. Only Uli Ji and Aleifu were left in the tent. The latter said unhappily, "General Uli Ji, why did I agree to Daichin's request?" "Ha! General Aleifu, there's no need to be angry. It's not wrong for us to listen to him. But if his request is a little too excessive, we can still refuse, right?" Wu Liji winked at Aleifu and said with a smile, "An excessive order. Oh, ha!" Aleifu immediately began to laugh loudly. What was too much order? That depended on how he understood it. As long as he was in a bad mood, he could treat any order as too much. After all, they were enemies, so what if he disobeyed? Daichin naturally didn't know what happened after he left. He excitedly went to the palace and reported what he just said to Hardenbarter. Good. Hardenbarter's face was also filled with excitement. "General Daichin, the rest is up to you. As long as you can stop the Five-Star Army's charge and stop them in the northeast region of Tulafanzai, it won't be long before I can gather the old soldiers again. At that time, we will have a strong force and we can launch a counterattack. I will wait for that day to come," Daichin said excitedly. Chapter 12:17. 70 li outside of Tuliafan City, the new army of the Five-Star Army was gathering here. More than 30,000 cavalrymen came over, covering the sky and covering the earth. They chose a flat area and started cooking. Sui gave the order for the army to rest on the spot, while the other division commanders came to the main tent to discuss military matters. Inside the tent, Sui stood in front of a large sand table, waving a stick in his hand. The scouts at the front sent news that 30 li away from us, there are 40,000 cavalrymen from Tuliafan, 30,000 from Ili Belly and Yirkiang. A total of 100,000 cavalrymen have already set up camp in 3 different camps. Everyone, what do you think we should do next? When Kalu and the other division commanders heard that there were 100,000 cavalrymen, their eyes all lit up. Clearly, there were so many enemies waiting for them to eat, and they were all very excited. However, at the same time, they knew that even if the 4th Cavalry Division Commander Changbo had already handed over the task of transporting the supplies to the 4th Cavalry Division and returned, there were only 30,000 cavalrymen. In terms of numbers, the difference between the two sides was still very large. 30,000 against 100,000, and the other side came prepared, and they were very familiar with the surroundings. No matter how they looked at it, this battle was not going to be easy. No one immediately spoke. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, the 1st Cavalry Division Commander, Kulu, asked, "General, where is the Liaodong Cavalry Reinforced Unit?" "To the west of us, near Tianshan." Sui looked at Kulu with a gaze full of admiration. He had already sensed something from this sentence. To the west, the ones guarding the west of Tuliafan should be the Yirkiang Kingdom's army, right? Kulu seemed to have thought of something as he spoke. That's right. Does Commander Ku want the Liaodong Cavalry Reinforced Unit to launch a sudden attack from that direction? Suhi, who had already understood Kulu's intentions, asked with a trace of smile on his face. The other division commanders' expressions also changed at this moment, and then they began to consider the feasibility of this plan. However, very quickly, they all shook their heads lightly. It was clear that they did not think highly of this plan, nor did they have much confidence in it. In reality, everyone knew that the so-called Allied army was only formed because they had no choice but to join forces under certain circumstances. Such an army seemed to have many soldiers and generals, and its momentum was great. However, they also had a fatal flaw, which was that they were not united enough. As long as they found a suitable position, they could completely open up a gap in the shortest amount of time. According to this train of thought, Commander Kulu's decision to choose one of the paths was correct. However, although the idea was good, the difficulty of implementing it was not small. Let's not talk about anything else, just how strong was the Liaodong cavalry regiment. Everyone was not very clear about it. In addition, they only had 5,000 men, but the Yirkiang army on the west side had 30,000 cavalry. Even if their new army could attract some of their attention, it would be difficult to repel them quickly. If they couldn't end the battle quickly, the enemy would react, and they might be surrounded instead. If that was the case, they only had 30,000 cavalrymen. How could they possibly be a match for the enemy's army of 100,000? For them, the best way was naturally to wait for Yang Qindong to arrive. At that time, they would not be at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, and the chances of a large-scale counterattack would be higher. Other than Kulu, the other three division commanders seemed to have reached a consensus. They all shook their heads and looked at Commander Suhi. After expressing their attitude, they waited for the commander's orders. Suhi, who did not immediately make a decision, closed his eyes. How could he not know that this was a risky move? However, he did not want to rely on Yang Qindong and Bugnam of Gojoseon for everything. It was precisely because of the disparity in military strength that if he could win this battle, it would show the strength of the new army. Otherwise, if he had the advantage in military strength, it would be a matter of course for him to win the battle. However, if he made the wrong decision, the new army would face the danger of being surrounded, heavily injured, or even destroyed. He could not make up his mind for the time being. Commander, you make the decision. However, I only want to say one thing. You cannot hesitate before making a decision for a commander. Kulu also knew that Commander He was in a difficult position. If it was him, he would not be able to make a decision. Therefore, he could not rush him. He could only remind him and do his duty as a division commander. As soon as Kulu's words came out, Suhi, whose eyes were closed, could not help but tremble. That's right, he could not hesitate when making a decision for a commander. On the battlefield, opportunities were fleeting. Perhaps he would miss it if he was a little late. Even so, the opportunity was right in front of him. Why should he give it up? The outcome of a war was always changing. No one could know what would happen in the next moment. What a commander needed to do was to do his best in everything in front of him. Since that was the case, why should he not give it a try? The opportunity is right in front of me. I want to give it a try and show the might of the new army. As if he had made a decision, Suhi opened his eyes. When he looked at everyone, there was a hint of excitement and nervousness in his eyes. The five-star army implemented a centralized leadership system. That was, before the battle plan was formulated, the officers below had the right to propose construction. However, the final decision was still in the hands of the highest-ranking officer. When the policy fell to the new army, the one who would have the final say was naturally Commander Suhi. However, this time, Suhi did not make a decision. Instead, he used a negotiating tone to speak to the four division commanders. This showed enough respect and also proved that he was conflicted in his heart. He had not completely made up his mind. Of course, it was also possible that Suhi had already made up his mind. However, it was too risky and could affect the life and death of the four division commanders. That was why he had no choice but to speak with such an attitude. After Suhi made his intentions clear, other than Kulu's eyes that lit up, the other three division commanders all narrowed their eyes. They did not agree or disagree. Of course, they knew that with Suhi's position, he could have made a decision without discussing with them. However, He did not do so. This in itself was a form of respect. Then, how should they respond to this respect? Should they support it? However, if there was a problem, they might lose their lives here. Should they oppose it? It seemed that the fruits of victory were big enough to attract them. Perhaps if they did not do it, they would regret it for a long time or even for a lifetime. Seeing that everyone still did not express their opinions, Sui took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, I will not hide it from you. I have already received news that the new army is about to expand into a new army group. It is very likely that there will be 3 armies and a direct subordinate division. If that is the case, the military strength will reach 100,000 people." Suddenly, Suhi threw out such a statement. It seemed to have nothing to do with the current topic, but these words caused everyone's eyes to light up. The new army was going to expand into a new army group. Did that mean that the new army could also be expanded? If that was the case, everyone's position would be promoted by a large level. The number of soldiers they could lead would also increase. It was even possible that they could exchange the 4 stars on their shoulders for a gold star. There was no soldier who did not want to be a general. This was even more so for the 4 division commanders who were only 1 step away from becoming a general. If they wanted to become a general, they had to have enough achievements to convince the masses. Right now, there was a huge contribution in front of them. What would they choose and what would they do? At this moment, everyone was shaken by Suhi's words. In the end, Lei Chuandang, the commander of the 3rd Cavalry Division, and Changbo, the commander of the 4th Cavalry Division, both looked at Bai Kai, the commander of the 2nd Cavalry Division. In their eyes, Commander Bai Kai was like his name. He was a very talented person. Feeling the gazes of the 2 division commanders, Bai Kai's heart skipped a beat as he made a decision. "Commander, can we contact Liaodong Strengthening Cavalry Regiment and see how confident they are to complete this task?" "No problem. Report to Commander Tong Long of the Liaodong Strengthening Cavalry Division." Sui nodded. He also wanted to see the other party's attitude. If they directly refused, then no matter how good his idea was, he would not be able to implement it. In a forest less than 100 miles away from the foot of Tianxia Mountain, people could be seen walking around. This was the temporary base of the Liaodong Strengthening Cavalry Division. From this position, one could vaguely see the high mountains in the distance. As the commander, Tong Long knew that the highest mountain in the distance was Tianshan Mountain. Regiment Commander, Commander Su He of the new 3rd Army, sent a telegram. Deputy Regiment Commander Zhao Xing came to Tong Long's side with an excited expression and handed over a piece of paper. Tong Long and Zhao Xing had not been in contact with telegrams for a long time. Before this, they never thought that a small metal box could send a message thousands of miles away. Just based on this point, the 2 of them were shocked. They really didn't dare to imagine how many secrets the 5-star army had, and how powerful Yangshi was. Luckily, the 2 were adaptable people and quickly accepted this new thing. However, every time they heard a telegram, they could not help but feel excited. Another telegram? As Tong Long spoke, he reached out to take the telegram. When his gaze fell on it, his hands started to tremble uncontrollably. Clearly, the contents of the telegram had made him very excited, even agitated. After a while, Tong Long's voice suddenly rose an octave. "Deputy Commander Zhao, our chance is here. The chance to prove ourselves is here. We must seize it. Yes, we must seize it." Zhao Xing's face was also filled with excitement. However, he quickly said in a low voice, "But this mission is not easy to complete. If we don't do it well, we will be surrounded and even eaten." Chapter 12:18. That's only one possibility. There's another possibility. Maybe we can make a big contribution? Isn't this the best chance to prove that our Liaodong cavalry has strengthened? Tong Long retorted excitedly. It seemed like he had made up his mind. Even if Zhao Xing didn't agree, he would still do it. "You're the commander. I'll fully support your decisions." Zhao Xing didn't continue to object. Instead, he said something that made Tong Long feel very touched. No one knew better than them the awkwardness of their current status. The so-called Liaodong Cavalry Reinforced Regiment sounded quite impressive, but in reality, ever since they joined the 5-star army, they hadn't fought a decent battle. Although they had some small victories, they were just following the main force to get some military merit. To the ambitious Tong Long and Zhao Xing, this was not what they wanted at all. Both of them were people who dared to fight and fight. They were even people who had thousands of ambitions. In the past, they hated living under the shadow of the Beiming army. In this situation where everything depended on experience and background, it was extremely difficult to stand out. Now that they had joined the 5-star army, they finally had a fair chance to show off their skills. Both of them had been holding back their energy and wanted to show off their skills. However, the 5-star army was different from the Beiming army. There were too many fierce and intelligent generals here. When they fully understood the achievements of other armies, divisions, and commanders, they couldn't help but be shocked speechless for a long time. Wanting to stand out in this kind of army wasn't any easier than being in the Beiming army. After all, the high-ranking officers of the 5-star army were all people who had killed their way through countless battlefields. Whether it was bravery or strategy, they were the best of the best. A true powerhouse would always become stronger when they met someone stronger. Tong Long and Zhao Xing were such people. In their opinion, their biggest disadvantage was that they joined the 5-star army too late. They had too few soldiers in their hands. Once they had a chance to show off their talents, they could also soar into the sky. They just didn't expect the opportunity to appear so quickly. Of course, they had to catch him. Under Tong Long's resolute attitude, a reply was quickly sent to the new army's commander, Su He. When he saw the contents of the telegram, Su He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not bad, 2 tiger generals. Come, everyone take a look. He laughed and handed the telegram to Kalu and the others. Then he heard the 3rd Cavalry Division's commander, Lei Chuandong's shocked voice. What? They're actually willing to make a military order. If they can't complete the mission, they'll bring their heads to me. A military order expressed a kind of attitude and a kind of indomitable spirit. Once such a decision was made, there was no way out. Under normal circumstances, no one would rashly choose to do this. Especially this time, it was Commander Su He who asked the other party with an inquiring attitude. He did not request for the other party to express their opinion, but Tong Long and Zhao Xing still made such a decision. This was shocking and admirable. It seems that in terms of courage, we're far inferior to these two. The 2nd Cavalry Division's commander Bai Kai sighed. When he looked at Su He, he straightened his body and said, Commander, the 2nd Cavalry Division supports this battle. Please make a decision. We also support. After Bai Kai expressed his opinion, the other 3 commanders also stood at attention and saluted. Good, I thank you for your support. I'll now report the battle plan to the 6th young master. So he said with a face full of excitement. He did not forget that the disparity in strength between the 2 sides was too great. There was a 60% chance of losing, so he had to report it to Yang Chendong. Otherwise, if something went wrong, he would not be able to bear the responsibility even if he killed him. 150 li behind the new army, Yang Chendong was leading the troops forward. He had already received a telegram regarding the situation outside Turpan City, and he knew that there were 100,000 cavalrymen waiting for him. Regarding this, Yang Chendong naturally did not fear them at all, and he had even given the order to speed up. This was because from how he saw it, with just the new army and the Liaodong Cavalry Corps, it would be very difficult to deal with 100,000 cavalrymen. Just as the troops were speeding up, Commander Su He of the new army sent a telegram. After hearing about their request, Yang Chendong's expression became quite complicated. This was a great risk. This time, in order to solve the problem in Ili Bali, Yang Chendong had brought along more than 100,000 cavalrymen with him. It could be said to be a huge force. With this force, no matter which faction they faced, they would have an advantage. However, if it was one against many, it would be hard to say. After all, the situation in a war is often changing in an instant. If they don't deal with it well, the situation will change drastically. If it had been someone else like Yang Chendong, the most conservative approach would have been to wait for more neon troops to be transferred here. That way, with the advantage of military strength, they could slowly nibble away at their opponents until they won the final victory. Yang Chendong's goal was too big, and he didn't want to waste the most precious time. If possible, he certainly hoped to solve the problem here as soon as possible so that he could charge toward the next target. But although the idea was good, the reality was cruel. Especially in the situation where Ely, Torpon, and Yarkiang joined forces, plus Yesen of Wara was watching him in the dark. The situation of this war became more and more complicated. And now, an opportunity to turn passivity into initiative appeared in front of him. Facing the new army's request, Yang Chendong was caught in a dilemma for a while. Logically speaking, he thought that this battle plan was too risky. If things went wrong, more than 30,000 people would be seriously injured by the enemy's 100,000 cavalry, and it was not impossible for them to be eaten. But psychologically, he thought that this was a bold and feasible plan, because even he was amazed by this plan and felt that it was incredible, not to mention the enemy, they would definitely not think of it. To agree or not to agree, it was all up to him. Beta Persei. If the reconnaissance group and the light cavalry regiment attack with all their strength, how long will it take to meet the new army? Yang Chendong did not make a decision immediately, but wanted to understand the specific situation first. It will take at least a day and a half. Beta Persei came to a conclusion after roughly calculating the distance between the two sides. A day and a half? Yang Chendong pondered. In other words, within a day and a half, the new army would not receive any military support. Similarly, in a day and a half, the enemy would not make any preparations before the attack. Considering that it would take half a day for the Liaodong cavalry regiment near the Tianshan mountain to arrive at the battlefield, Yang Chendong could not make a decision for more than a day. Once this time passed, the enemy would be prepared, and the chances of winning would only be lower. With less than 40,000 cavalry against 100,000 cavalry, and an opponent who was very familiar with the environment, Yang Chendong decided to think about whether he should agree to this battle plan or not. Riding on a stable white dragon, Yang Chendong fell into a state of meditation with his eyes closed. At this moment, in the new army's general tent, several division commanders were anxiously pacing around. For hours had passed since the telegram was sent, but the reply telegram still had not arrived. No one had any idea whether to fight or not. At this moment, they were all gathered around Su He, waiting for orders. What does the king mean? If you don't agree, you should at least tell us so that we can let the soldiers rest. Division Commander Lei Chuandang of the 3rd Cavalry Division was an impatient person, and he was the most talkative at this moment. Division Commander Lei, calm down. The king's thoughts and decisions are not something that subordinates like us can guess. It is also not something that we can recklessly guess. Division Commander Bai Kai of the 2nd Cavalry Division kindly reminded Lei Chuandang. Oh yes, yes. Lei Chuandang's expression immediately became a little ugly. What is he doing just now? Was he questioning Bugnam of Gojoseon? When he thought of what he had done, he was shocked. In the 5-star army, Yang Chendong's prestige was so high that no one was allowed to question him. This was not Yang Chendong's request, but the unanimous opinion of these generals. It was just that the situation was a little tense right now. If it was any other time, Lei Chuandang would have dared to say such words. Perhaps there would be no need for others. As commander, he would be able to take him down first. Fortunately, at this moment, he was also anxious and felt the same as Lei Chuandang. That was why he did not reprimand him at this moment. The atmosphere in the large tent once again became tense. After an unknown amount of time, footsteps suddenly came from outside the tent. The telegraphers walked in and brought the results and answers that everyone wanted to see. He was the first to take the telegram. After skimming through it, he let out a long breath and then said with an excited expression, "The 6th young master has already agreed to our request. Now, please go and make your preparations." That's right, send a telegram to inform Commander Tong Long that they can set off now. General, Commander Tong Long sent us a telegram 6 hours ago, saying that he has already set off. He should be halfway there by now. The telegram operator stood at attention and reported. Actually, he had already said this before. However, He was too nervous at that time and did not pay attention to it. Oh, right. Look at my brain. All right, Commander Tong Long and the others have already set off. They will reach the depths of the battlefield in 6 hours. This way, it will be midnight, which is also the time for us to launch our attack. Like this, all the division commanders will take their positions and let the soldiers fill their stomachs and prepare for battle. That's right. In order to not attract the enemy's attention, we must be tight on the inside and loose on the outside. Even if we eat, we must eat dry food and not hot food. In short, there must not be any abnormalities. Don't worry, Commander. We understand. The 4 division commanders immediately stood up and saluted. Then, they hurriedly left the tent. When Suhi was left alone, he sighed and said, "Sixth young master, just wait for the news of our new army's victory." Chapter 12:19. The sky gradually darkened. After the commotion during the day, Turpan City gradually calmed down. With 100,000 cavalry in front of the city and the fact that it was late, many of the citizens who were preparing to leave decided to rest for the night. In this regard, King Hardenbarter didn't order them to hurry because he had received reliable information that the 5-star army had already set up camp 40 kilometers away from the city. At this moment, they were only 10 miles away from the 100,000 cavalrymen outside the city. But this 10 miles was like a mote in Hardenbarter's eyes. 30,000 cavalrymen wanting to attack 100,000 cavalrymen was simply unscientific and unrealistic. No one would think that the 5-star army had the guts to do so. If he was them, it would be a good thing if the 100,000 cavalry didn't attack first. Speaking of not taking the initiative to attack, General Daichin was very annoyed. According to him, since the 5-star army only had 30,000 people, it was time for them to attack with their superior numbers. He was confident that they could defeat the enemy and force them to retreat. However, when he explained the situation to Uli Ji and Alefu, he was met with unanimous opposition. As reinforcements, they were only here to help evacuate Turpan City. They weren't here to attack the 5-star army. In their eyes, the best result would be for the 5-star army to retreat in the face of their 100,000-strong army. They would be able to force the enemy to retreat without shedding a drop of blood. It would be better than a chaotic battle where both sides would suffer losses. The internal disagreement caused General Daichin to lose a chance to attack first. They didn't know what kind of disaster the loss of this opportunity would bring them. Bastards, a group of short-sighted people. They will be punished sooner or later. Daichin angrily returned to his tent with a face full of anger. After getting angry, Daichin didn't have any better ideas. No matter if it was Uli Ji or Alefu, they weren't his subordinates. If the enemy attacked, it would be fine. In order to unify the command, they would listen to his orders. But now, asking them to attack was indeed a bit too much. All right, then let's wait. When the main force of the 5-star army arrives, we'll have a huge battle. I want to see, since you're all cavalry and you're in our territory, what kind of waves can you cause? Daichin said, as if he was comforting himself. After that, he asked the deputy general about the 5-star army. He heard that the 5-star army had also entered a period of quietness after nightfall. It seemed that they had also entered a period of rest like him. However, before waiting for the great battle that might happen the day after tomorrow, he also gave the order that other than the necessary guards, everyone else could also rest. Just like what Yang Qindong and Suhi thought, no one would think that they would attack at this time, before the army was fully assembled. It was because of this that it had the effect of catching them off guard. At this moment, in the new army's camp, all the cavalry were waiting in the dark. He was clad in armor and had a sharp scimitar in his hand. Beside him were warhorses wrapped in thick cotton cloth. Even these warhorses had muzzles on their mouths to prevent them from making any noise. Waiting, silently waiting. At this moment, the 30,000 cavalry warriors of the new army only had one target, which was the enemy camp 10 miles away on the right. They were waiting for the signal of the Liaodong cavalry regiment to attack. Daichin was indeed worthy of being given such a heavy responsibility by King Hadenbar. His military skills were unquestionable. He arranged for the two armies to be 10 miles away from each other to prevent any accidents from happening. For example, if there was a sneak attack, 10 miles away would give them some time to react. But no one would have thought that the new army wasn't going to be the first to attack. The first to attack was the Liaodong cavalry regiment that came from Tian Shan. A reinforced regiment only had 5,000 cavalry. This time, they had the heavy responsibility of attacking the 30,000 cavalry camp. This was like hitting a rock with an egg. If possible, Sui didn't want to give such an order. But everything was for victory. In order to win, he had to do this. I only hope that Tong Long's regiment doesn't disappoint. Also, send out the order. Once the divisions and regiments notice that the enemy camp is in chaos, they must attack immediately. Sui looked into the distance and was worried for Tong Long's reinforced regiment. But now that the order was given, all he could do was enter the battlefield as quickly as possible to reduce the pressure on the enemy. Late at night, the wind was cold. After a long journey, the Liaodong cavalry finally arrived at their target. Order everyone to rest for an hour and replenish their food. Regiment commander Tong Long let out a long breath. After rushing all the way, they finally arrived. At this moment, the fatigue on his body seemed to have decreased by a lot. Regiment commander, drink some water. Zhao Xing came over and handed over a leather bag filled with water. Thank you. Tong Long took it without any hesitation. Then he gulped down a few mouthfuls of the wine and murmured, satisfied, Regiment commander, I'll charge at the front. You just need to stay behind. Zhao Xing came with a purpose. How can I do that? Tong Long rejected without even thinking about it. Then he patted Zhao Xing's shoulder and said, I appreciate your kind intentions, but how can I change my plans so easily? But Zhao Xing tried to persuade him. But you're the regiment commander. Our Liaodong cavalry regiment can do without anyone but the regiment commander. Bugnam of Gojoseon also said that unless it's necessary, we're not allowed to go to the front lines. Seeing that Zhao Xing was still trying to persuade him, Tong Long patted his shoulder and said, Now is a critical time. You should know how much pressure our regiment is under. Plus, in terms of martial arts, you're not as good as me. You have to admit that. Tong Long was a famous general in the Liaodong region. Compared to him, Zhao Xing's skills were second-rate. His advantage was that he was smart. Now that Tong Long pointed it out, he knew that there was no point in saying more. Okay, I can agree with the regiment commander going to the front lines. But you have to be careful. If there's any danger, retreat immediately. If you're not here, our Liaodong cavalry regiment doesn't need to exist anymore. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Tong Long laughed. But no matter how you looked at it, it didn't look like he knew what he was doing. Zhao Xing could only sigh and walk towards the soldiers beside the regiment commander. Since he couldn't order the regiment commander, he could only think of a way from these soldiers. The Yirkiang tribe on the left side of the camp near Tian Shan was very quiet. Compared to Dai Qin's anger, Aleifu was in a good mood. He hummed a tune and went to sleep early. In his dream, he saw himself leading an army to defeat the 5-star army. He was leading 30,000 cavalrymen to charge forward with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The war drums were beating, and the battle cries were shaking the heavens. It was truly a lively scene. General, just as he was having a beautiful dream, he suddenly felt a large hand pushing him. This made Aleifu a little unhappy, and he suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he realized that he was lying on a bed. At this moment, he also realized that it was just a dream. It was just a dream. Just as Aleifu was about to let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly revealed a shocked expression. No, if it was a dream, then why was it so clear? Now that he had opened his eyes, why was there still the sound of iron hooves? What was going on? Before Aleifu could ask, the soldier that woke him up said, General, enemy attack, enemy attack. The deputy general has already led the troops over. What? Enemy attack? Aleifu immediately sat up from the bed. At first, he was confused. After a few breaths, he reacted and asked, How could it be an enemy attack? The 5-star army only has 30,000 cavalry. Would they dare to attack us? Also, the Turpan cavalry is in the middle of the army. Shouldn't they be the closest to the 5-star army? Did they already retreat? It was because his tent was right next to the Turpan cavalry camp. If the five-star army wanted to charge over, they would have to pass through that barrier first. Alefu was caught off guard, and now that he heard that there was an enemy attack, he naturally felt helpless. No, General, the five-star army isn't the five-star army from the front. They came from Tian Shan. The bodyguard didn't know how to explain. He could only tell what he knew and what he saw. Not the five-star army from the front. Could it be the main force of the five-star army is here? All right, how many people are there? Alefu thought of a terrifying possibility. The sky is too dark. It's impossible to see. There seems to be a lot of people. They came from all directions, and their battle cries shook the sky. Because of the sky, visibility was limited. The soldier didn't know the details and could only answer based on his own guesses. When he heard that there were a lot of people, Alefu's face became very ugly. If both sides were to fight head-on, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. But now that he wasn't on guard at all, he didn't know how much fighting strength the army could bring out. The soldier was still waiting for the general's orders. No one knew how bad the situation outside was. Perhaps if they delayed for a second, they would lose a lot more men. Looking at the general, he seemed to be in a hopeless situation. The soldier suggested, "General, we can ask the Turpan army for help. This time, we are here to help them. They have the duty and responsibility to help us." Chapter 12:20. Oh, yes. Quick, send someone to ask General Daichin for help. Quick. At this moment, as if he had just woken up from a dream, Alefu shouted loudly. Then, the sound of hurriedly putting on armor rang out in the tent. Outside the tent, the sky was filled with flames, and the sounds of people shouting and horses neighing could be heard. The moment before the charge, there was a flurry of fire arrows that burned countless tents and dealt a heavy blow to the unprepared Yi'erqiang army. Taking advantage of this chaos, Commander Tong Long took the lead and charged into the enemy's camp. With a swing of his sword, he beheaded 2 Yi'erqiang cavalrymen who were charging towards him. His bravery gave the 5-star corps cavalrymen behind him a boost of morale, greatly reducing the Yi'erqiang cavalrymen's morale. Who dares to sneak into the camp? You're courting death. The deputy general appeared. As Alefu's deputy, he wasn't so careless. Even when he slept with his clothes on. This allowed him to react in the shortest time possible. Once the deputy general's roar sounded, the Yi'erqiang cavalrymen who ran out of the tents couldn't help but be delighted. Everyone seemed to have found their backbone and began to hold their weapons, looking for war horses and preparing to counterattack. I think you're courting death. Tong Long, who had just killed 2 people, heard the deputy general's roar and his eyes lit up. Although he didn't know the identity of the other party, his intuition told him that the person in front of him should be someone important. With his status, killing such a person would give him a sense of accomplishment and cause a heavy blow to the Yi'erqiang army. His legs clamped onto the horse's body, and Tong Long rushed out. Along the way, he killed several people and rushed in front of the deputy general. "Watch my blade." The deputy general was shocked by Tong Long's speed and anxiously slashed out with his blade. Tong Long, who was already prepared, just leaned to the side on his horse and dodged the slash. Then, the saber in his hand slashed towards the other party's waist. The saber borrowed the horse's momentum, and with just one slash, there was a piercing sound as the saber and the armor came into close contact. He relied on the armor to protect his life. Even so, there was still a bloody wound that was half the length of an arm on his body. Pain enveloped the deputy general's entire body. He forced himself to take a deep breath and turn around to leave. The facts had already proven that he was no match for General Lai. He was seriously injured in just one move. If they continued to fight, he would lose his life here. There was nothing shameful about running away when they couldn't win. However, it would weaken their morale, especially when 2 armies were fighting. As a general, such an action was likely to lead to the collapse of the army. However, at this moment, in order to save his own life, the deputy general didn't think so much. He just wanted to rush out and find a place to heal himself. However, this idea of his was destined to never be realized because Tong Long had already locked onto him with his first strike. After the two of them passed by each other, Tong Long turned his horse around. Seeing the scene of the deputy general fleeing, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He put away his saber and took out his strong bow from his back. With the help of the light from the torches around him, an arrow quickly left the bowstring and shot towards the unsuspecting deputy general. The sound of the arrow piercing through the air rang out. If it was just two people fighting one-on-one, the deputy general would definitely be alerted. However, the entire camp was in chaos now. How could he care about such things? The deputy general was only trying his best to escape on his horse and leave this place. Whoosh! The long arrow pierced through his body. Under the powerful force, it pierced through his chest from his back. The deputy general felt a sudden heart-wrenching pain in his body. Then his head drooped and his hands lost strength. He fell from his horse head to the ground. One saber and one arrow took the life of the deputy general. Tong Long's bravery was indeed not to be underestimated. After killing the deputy general, he laughed and put away his strong bow. He picked up his curved horse and shouted loudly, "Your general is already dead. Why don't you surrender?" This shout was as loud as thunder, and the sound spread far and wide. Deputy Commander Zhao Xing, who was leading 1,000 cavalrymen as the reserve camp, was currently leading them in shooting arrows that were lit on fire. His mission was very simple. It was to burn as many of the Yirkiang army's tents as possible under the chaos. In the darkness of the night, they would give the impression that they had the numbers advantage. "Deputy Commander, listen." Is that the commander's voice? One of the 5-star Army's cavalrymen with sharp ears stopped shooting the fire arrows and asked Vice Commander Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing also stopped what he was doing and listened carefully. Then, he really heard Tong Long shout. He laughed and said, "Good. The commander is indeed brave. In such a short time, you killed the enemy's general. Come, everyone, let's shoot arrows and shout at the same time. Let's maximize the effect." Regardless of whether it was Zhao Xing or Tong Long, they didn't know that it was the deputy general of the Yirkiang army. However, this didn't stop them from shouting. At the very least, the deputy general was still a general. The impact of the shout from one person to 1,000 people shouting was completely different. In just a short moment, this shout spread throughout the entire Yirkiang camp, causing the already chaotic camp to become even more chaotic. When the Yirkiang soldiers heard the shout, they weren't sure if it was true or not. However, at this moment, they would rather believe it than not. Otherwise, they would have to pay the most precious price, their lives. With the general dead, the morale of the soldiers fell to the freezing point. The Yirkiang soldiers who were still resisting with their blades started to flee in batches. They wanted to escape under the cover of the night. None of them wanted to die. When Aleifu walked out of the tent in armor under the protection of his personal guards, this was the scene he saw. When he heard the shouts that the general was dead and they still didn't want to surrender, Aleifu said angrily, "Bullshit. This general is still alive and well." "Who said I'm dead?" "General, be careful with your words." A personal guard at the side immediately reached out to cover his mouth and said with a panicked expression, "What are you doing?" Aleifu reached out and slapped his hand away, his face full of anger. "General, the one who died just now must be the deputy general. Now that the morale of the army is in chaos, it won't help if you stand out. Instead, you'll attract the attention of the enemy. The gains don't make up for the losses." The personal guard's mind was still clear at this moment, and he expressed his worries. Aleifu, who originally wanted to punish the personal guard, was stunned when he heard this. Then he broke out in cold sweat. Yes, at this time, the morale of the army was in chaos, and there was no way to effectively counterattack. If he stood out now, not only would he not be able to solve the problem, he might even attract the attention of the enemy cavalry. If that happened, he would probably follow in the footsteps of the deputy general. At the same time, Aleifu patted the personal guard's shoulder. "You did well. What do you think we should do now?" "General, the Han people have a saying. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. Let's retreat first. As long as we're here, There will be a day when Dongshan rises again. This personal guard was indeed somewhat knowledgeable. It wasn't easy for him to say such a thing at this time. These words were to Aleifu's liking. He immediately nodded. "You're right. How about this? We'll retreat immediately." As he spoke, Aleifu even took the initiative to take off the armor he just wore. Clearly, he didn't want to expose himself because of this set of clothes. However, what happened next proved that Aleifu was thinking too much. Because from start to finish, Tong Long didn't have the intention to kill him. Their goal was to create chaos here and force Yi Erqiang's cavalry to retreat. Then, they would attack the Turpan cavalry in the middle of the army. Yes, this was the true goal of the Liaodong Cavalry Corps. After suffering once, General Daiqin became much more careful in his actions. Even if the five-star army didn't make any moves, he still arranged for many soldiers to be on guard. This was to prevent the five-star army from launching a sneak attack or sneak attack. For this reason, Suhi sent out hundreds of cavalry scouts, but the result was exactly the same. It was impossible to break into the battlefield from the front, which was guarded. This was also why the new army didn't attack first. Instead, they let the Liaodong Cavalry Corps fire the first arrow. If the Turpan cavalry didn't create chaos, they wouldn't have a chance. And whether or not they could create chaos all depended on the Liaodong Cavalry Corps. With only 5,000 cavalry, not only did they have to break through Yi Erqiang's 30,000 cavalry camp, they also had to deal a heavy blow to the Turpan cavalry. From this, it could be seen how difficult this mission was. This was also where Suhi's worries came from. Fortunately, Tong Long had won the first battle. He had caught the Yi Erqiang cavalry by surprise and even killed their deputy general. He had completely disrupted the morale of the army and perfectly completed the first step of the battle plan. Tong Long sighed as he watched the Yi Erqiang soldiers, who had turned from cavalry to infantry, scurrying away like rats. What a pity. How many prisoners were there? Unfortunately, he still had things to do and couldn't stop to take care of them. A pained expression flashed across Tong Long's heart as he pointed his saber forward, pointing at the Turpan camp in the distance as he shouted, "Brothers of the reinforced regiment, charge with this regiment commander. Charge!" Turpan camp. The Yi Erqiang camp on the left suddenly lit up with flames. This naturally shocked everyone. General Daiqin, who was still sleeping, jumped up and rushed out of the camp. He looked to the west, and his eyes flashed with worry. Report, the five-star army suddenly charged into the Yi Erqiang camp. The two sides are fighting. A scout galloped to the front of General Daiqin and reported. "Scout again. I want to know how many people they have." Daiqin said without changing his expression. "Report, General Aleifu sent people to ask for help. He said they can't hold on anymore." After a while, another scout galloped to report. Chapter 12:21. Anger flashed across Daiqin's face. The 30,000 cavalry couldn't hold on anymore. In his opinion, this was simply because Astral didn't want to resist and didn't want to fight head-on with the five-star army. It was just a way to preserve his strength. Even if we can't hold on, we still have to. Ignore them. Daiqin snorted coldly. How could it be so easy to win without putting in any effort? Daiqin believed that even if the 30,000 cavalry met with a sudden attack, it would only be a temporary panic. As long as they stayed true to their hearts, they would be able to quickly turn the situation around. There was nothing to be worried about. What he was worried about was the fact that he didn't understand. Who were these five-star cavalry that suddenly appeared? How many people were there? How did they appear on the west side without anyone noticing? The answer to this question was quickly revealed. This was because Tong Long had already led 4,000 cavalrymen towards the Turpan camp. Because there were already scouts keeping an eye on the situation, the moment Tong Long and the others made their move, they were immediately discovered by the scouts of the Turfan army and reported back. On the way back, they met some Turpan cavalry who were guarding the front. When they heard that someone was coming from the side, they immediately went up to meet them. On the battlefield, there was a saying that the commander's orders were not to be given out. Now that the five-star army was right in front of them, The Turpan cavalry in charge of guarding the front couldn't just sit there and do nothing. In reality, even if they didn't meet them, Tong Long would have brought his army over. This was his important mission. Good timing. Seeing that the enemy was about to meet them, Tong Long laughed loudly. Then, with less than 4,000 men, they charged straight at the 3,000 cavalry. With the advantage in numbers and the imposing killing intent, both sides left behind many corpses and blood after just one clash. The enemy is so strong, request for reinforcements. In the same clash, the Turpan general, who had lost hundreds of cavalrymen, sensed an immense sense of danger. As he swung his saber through the air, he yelled loudly to the soldiers beside him. The personal guard turned around and rode away. Not long after, a group of 3,000 Turpan cavalrymen who were also tasked with guarding the defensive line arrived. As they left, the Turpan defense fell into a weakened state. The new army scouts who were in charge of understanding the situation shot out a signal gun into the sky. A bright red light shot into the sky, appearing so eye-catching and bright in the silent night. Let's go. In front of the new army tent, General Su, he finally received the signal to act. He immediately roared, and the 30,000 five-star army cavalry charged out like a pack of wolves. However, unlike before, they didn't shout. Under the heavy protection of the horses' mouths and hooves, the 30,000 cavalry charged forward like ghosts, approaching the Turpan front lines. It was only a distance of 10 li. The new army cavalry, who were prepared, only took 5 to 6 minutes to charge out. However, these 5 to 6 minutes were like torture for the Liaodong cavalry regiment. General Dai Qin, who had been injured once, was very careful this time. Just the cavalry at the front of the camp alone numbered 15,000. They were split into 5 groups, each of which was 3,000 cavalry. When Tong Long brought the 4,000 cavalry and charged in, a total of 3 groups of 9,000 Turpan cavalry entered the battlefield. With double the number advantage, they quickly surrounded the Liaodong cavalry regiment. Not only that, Dai Qin, who had received the news, had already called all the cavalry in the camp. He arranged for the generals to come to the camp for a meeting while ordering all the cavalry to put on their armor and get on their horses. This time, Dai Qin's reaction was extremely fast. Even though he hadn't seen through the 5-star army's plan of attack, he relied on his advantage in numbers and made up his mind to take down the thousands of 5-star army cavalry that he had surrounded. General Dan, you bring 5,000 cavalry to stabilize the northern line in case the 5-star army's main force suddenly invades. General Tong, you bring 5,000 cavalry to continue the encirclement of the 5-star army. This time, we can't let any of them escape. The other generals quickly prepare for battle and wait for the order to attack. At the same time, send someone to contact General Wu Liji and tell him to also prepare to attack the 5-star army. Dai Qin quickly made a series of arrangements, and the generals quickly headed out of the tent. Then, a messenger came to report that on the main battlefield, the 5-star army had indeed launched an attack. 2 groups of 6,000 cavalry were fighting with their lives on the line. They came so fast. General Dai Qin's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly calmed down. He was confident in his cavalry. As long as they could hold on for a while, once the 5-star army was completely wiped out, he would be free to deal with the enemy at the front. At that time, with the help of the 30,000 cavalrymen from Li, a beautiful counterattack wouldn't be a problem for them to achieve victory. At this time, on the main battlefield, the intense battle had just begun. The new army was already prepared. Under the cover of the night, they were only discovered when they were a mile away from the Turpan cavalry. Then, both sides first engaged in a battle of long-range archery. After both sides suffered casualties, the close combat battle began. On the side of the new army, the one in charge of the vanguard was the new army's 1st Cavalry Division's commander, Kalu. To be able to become the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division, Kalu's strength was obviously above normal commanders. This time, he was the vanguard. It could be seen that he had high hopes for him. Therefore, in the first charge, the 1st Cavalry Division fully displayed their ferocious momentum. At one point, they fiercely suppressed the 2 battalions, 6,000 Tourpon cavalry, and forced them to retreat. When they gained the upper hand in the first battle, and the situation was better than he had expected, he was both excited and worried. He was excited because the number of enemy cavalry was less than he had expected. He originally thought that with the strength of the Liaodong cavalry regiment, after messing up Yi Erqiang's cavalry camp, it would be good enough to attract the attention of the 2 Tourpon cavalry units. Now, it seemed that the effect was even better. They actually attracted a total of 3 units. This reduced the pressure on him on the battlefield by a lot, allowing him to complete his mission better. He was excited. What he was worried about was that the Liaodong cavalry regiment, which only had 5,000 people, was surrounded by enemy cavalry several times their number. Every minute was torture. If they couldn't meet up with the enemy, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Attack with full force. No matter what, we have to open up a bloody path to meet up with the Liaodong cavalry division. Kalu rode on the horse and constantly observed the situation in front of him. He sent an order to the messenger beside him. Before the order was given, another cavalry scout ran over. Before the person arrived, his voice was already loud. Division commander, the Tourpon cavalry has increased. 5,000 cavalry are coming towards us. 5,000 cavalry are going to the left flank. What? Hearing the Tourpon cavalry's quick reaction, Kalu's face became a little ugly. The enemy's quick reaction obviously increased the difficulty of the following plan. Narrowing his eyes, Kalu quickly suppressed the nervousness in his heart. After forcing himself to calm down, he suddenly shouted, "Men, inform the 1st Captain Wu Ba to go and rescue the 1st unit of the Liaodong cavalry regiment. In short, even if you have to use your body, you have to create a way out for me." The 1st Regiment Commander Wu Ba, as his name suggested, was abnormally tall and sturdy. He weighed no less than 80 kilograms, and his body was 8 feet tall, 84 meters tall. Logically speaking, this kind of weight wasn't suitable for cavalry. This was because the problem of weight would inevitably increase the burden on the warhorse. However, Wu Ba was tall and agile. Later on, he was specially recruited to be a member of the cavalry. Because of his size, his warhorse was also specially allocated and belonged to the very tall category. At the same time, Wu Ba was also a subordinate that Kalu admired very much. At the time, he was the 1st Regiment commander of the 1st Cavalry Division. This time, Kalu sent him to reinforce the reinforced regiment. This was enough to prove that he valued this ally very much. The moment Kalu gave the order, the other officers from the division headquarters were all stunned. One of them said with a face of worry, "Wu Ba is leading the main force of our 1st Cavalry Division. Now, there are still 5,000 Tourpon cavalry coming at us. Why don't we send other regimental commanders to rescue the reinforced regiment?" "Other regiments? Who's up to the task?" Kalu asked without any explanation. Then, he shook his head and said, "This division commander knows what you were thinking. With Wu Ba gone, the pressure on us will definitely increase. However, this division commander still has to do this. When we came here, the division commander gave an absolute order that the reinforced regiment must be rescued. They are risking their lives for us. If something really happens, how will others look at us? How will Bugnam of Gojoseon look at us?" After asking a few questions in one breath, Kalu saw that the other officers seemed to have something to say. He directly waved his hand and said, "All right, this division commander's orders cannot be changed. If you have any objections, you can convey them to the division commander after the battle." On the battlefield, the division commander had the final say. It was precisely because of this that the morale of the army could be guaranteed. As for whether there would be different opinions on the battlefield, that would be decided by the division commander. Since Kalu had said this, even if the other officers had different opinions, they could only obey. After giving this order, Kalu's gaze involuntarily turned towards the Ely camp on the other side. According to the battle plan formulated by the new army, the Liaodong Cavalry Reinforced Regiment was responsible for messing up the Yarkiang camp and charging towards the Turpan camp. The 1st Cavalry Division was responsible for attacking the Turpan camp from the front. These plans revolved around one goal, and that was to create an opportunity for the other 3 cavalry divisions of the new army to attack the Ili camp. Chapter 12:22. Since it was an allied army, the most important thing was the alliance. If this alliance could be broken, the 3 allied armies would become 3 isolated armies. At that time, the 5-star armies would be able to attack whoever they wanted to attack when faced with their weakened enemies. Breaking the alliance naturally became the most important issue. After the discussion, the new 3 armies set their sights on their old rival, the 30,000 cavalrymen of Ilibao. The reason why they chose them was because they were the closest to Baiming. If they attacked from there, they wouldn't have to worry about enemies suddenly appearing. Secondly, they had defeated the Ili cavalry before. They knew the strength of the 5-star army. With the shadow, they would have a higher chance of defeating them. That's right, defeating them, not defeating them. Rather than injuring 10 fingers, the new 3rd army would rather lose some soldiers and horses. This time, they wanted to deal a heavy blow to Ili's 30,000 cavalrymen. Only then would they be able to defeat the so-called Allied army. It had to be known that not long ago, the 1st Cavalry Division had taken over Hobokseli City. It was equivalent to cutting off the Ili cavalry's retreat to the north. If they heavily injured the Ili cavalry here, they would definitely become very obedient. When they couldn't even take care of themselves, the so-called Allied army would collapse on its own. Just as Kalu was looking at the Ili cavalry camp, the new army's commander Su, he was leading 3 cavalry divisions to surround the Ili cavalry division. Relying on the concealment of the horses' hooves and mouths, when the 3 cavalry divisions suddenly appeared in front of the Ili cavalry camp, it gave Wuli Ji a big fright. When the flames in the west reached the sky, he had already gotten out of bed. He put on his armor and began to gather the troops. Following that, news spread that the 5-star army had begun to break through the enemy and attack the Turpan cavalry camp. When he received this news, Wuli Ji's heart was sweeter than honey. In his eyes, the situation was very clear. This time, the 5-star army's target was definitely Turpan and Yarkiang. He could stay out of it and watch it all as a bystander. Just now, General Daichin sent someone to ask for help. Of course, he agreed, but he didn't send a single soldier. From the bottom of his heart, it was true that the 5-star army was his enemy. But what about the Turpan kingdom? Wouldn't it be great to be able to sit on a mountain and watch the tigers fight? Wouldn't it be great to be able to reap the benefits while the 2 enemies fought? He wasn't stupid enough to immediately send troops to help Turpan. Of course, due to their relationship as allies, he would definitely send out his troops. However, he had to grasp the timing well. He had to wait until the Turfan army could no longer hold on before he made his move. This way, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to the 5-star army and also gain the reputation of saving the Turfan army. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Wuli Ji had fought with the 5-star army before and even attacked the first city with the Wara. He was much clearer about the strength of the 5-star army compared to the other 2 countries. This was an opponent that wasn't to be trifled with. They were well-equipped and their soldiers were well-trained. How could such an opponent be defeated so easily? It wasn't too late to wait for his allies to exhaust the strength of the 5-star army before he made his move. Let's fight. The more intense, the better. In the end, the winner will only be us. Wuli Ji grinned and let out a laugh. However, this laughter didn't last long. Soon, a scout appeared in front of him and said with a panicked expression, the 5-star army suddenly came and had already clashed with the cavalry at the first line of defense. However, because the enemy had too many people, the front line couldn't hold on much longer. What? How is this possible? When Wuli Ji heard this news, he stood there as if he was petrified. He didn't move for more than 10 breaths of time. It wasn't until the deputy beside him reminded him that he came back to his senses. Then he walked towards the high platform in the middle of the camp. He wanted to see with his own eyes how many soldiers and horses the 5-star army had sent. It would have been better if he didn't take a look. Now that he took a look, he saw that under the night sky, there were flashing torches everywhere. He could hear the sounds of charging and killing. He felt that the enemy's cavalry wasn't less than his. 30,000 against 30,000, and they were completely unprepared. Wooly G could already guess the outcome of the battle. Because of this, he had a frightened expression on his face. After he came down from the high platform, he sent soldiers to stop the 5-star army from approaching. At the same time, he ordered people to ask General Daiqin for help. In front of the Turfan tent, Daiqin couldn't sit still anymore. He was currently in front of the tent observing the situation outside. Because of the moonlight, other than the sounds of killing and the movement of the torches, he couldn't see any useful information. However, he still didn't move. He believed that as long as he sat on the horse, it would be a symbol. As long as the soldiers saw him, they wouldn't panic and their morale would increase greatly. Daiqin, who had a mighty aura, was like a door god, unmoving like a mountain. It indeed gave the nearby Turfan cavalry a boost in morale. Many of them became braver because of this. They just wanted to perform better in front of the general. Although it was nighttime and their performance might not be seen by the general, many of them still held onto a fluke mentality and continued to do so. Not long later, good news came continuously. The 5-star army that came from the west was completely surrounded and could be destroyed at any time. The 5-star army's main force that came from the front was also blocked outside. Other than a few 2,000 war horses that managed to charge through the defensive circle, the rest of the 5-star army cavalry were blocked outside. Haha, good. This news caused Daiqin to be overjoyed. To be able to completely destroy a 5-star army, this was definitely a great achievement. When the king found out, he would definitely be heavily rewarded. At the same time, it would be a heavy blow to the 5-star army. It would let them know that the Turfan kingdom wasn't a pushover. Just as he was in a good mood, the young general that Wooly G sent to ask for help came in front of Daiqin. The moment he saw Daiqin, he knelt on the ground and begged, "General, our camp is being attacked by the 5-star army. Please send reinforcements because we are allies." Oh, this news first made Daiqin's entire body tremble. Then his expression froze. However, after a few breaths of time, his face blossomed with an unnoticeable smile. "This young general, you said that your camp is being attacked by the 5-star army. But how many enemies are there?" So many, I can't even count." Hearing this, the young general raised his head and said in panic. However, in Daiqin's eyes, he mistakenly thought that the panic was because the general was scared of him. Even if Wu Liji was trying to deceive him, he shouldn't have sent someone more mature. Thus, he coldly snorted and said, "All right, this general already knows about this matter. Please go back and tell Wu Liji that reinforcements will be arriving soon." "Yes, thank you, General Daiqin." The young general let out a sigh of relief, as if he had completed an important mission. He hurriedly bowed and left. After the young general left, the other Turfan generals couldn't help but ask, "General, are you really going to send reinforcements?" "Send what?" "When we asked for reinforcements, they didn't send a single soldier." "What bullshit 5-star army's main force attacking? It's clearly an excuse not to send reinforcements." Whatever, we don't need to care about them. With our current strength, we can completely take the credit. We don't need other people's help." Daiqin completely misunderstood. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for this. Who would have thought that the 5-star army's plan was to create a diversion? Furthermore, they first attacked Yarkiang Kingdom, then Turfan. Would they really attack Ili in the end? No one would believe that the pitiful Wooly G would have to face the attacks of a new army alone. From the start of a new army's attack, it was extremely ferocious. In their hearts, they were clear that to create this opportunity, they had completely sacrificed the Liaodong cavalry regiment's benefits. Since their allies were willing to help them, they obviously couldn't just watch them die. This required them to increase the speed of their attacks. First, they had to heavily injure Ili. Then they would be free to deal with Turufan's main force. Naturally, there was another important reason. That was No one dared to say whether Turfan would suddenly send reinforcements to help Xiao Ili's main force. If they really did that, then they would truly be in danger. With these two main reasons, the new army's three main cavalry divisions, from the moment they started attacking, they were like brave giants. Anyone who dared to block their path would only have one result: death. Without any preparation, facing the fierce attacks of the five-star army, the Turfan army was forced to retreat step by step. At this time, Wuli Ji made an even more wrong decision. That was, he didn't send his entire army forward at once. Instead, he sent out 2,000 to 3,000 cavalry at once. He wanted to stop the attacks of the five-star army. He wanted to leave behind enough troops to wait for the cavalry from Turfan Kingdom to join forces with them to counterattack the five-star army. It was impossible for reinforcements to come. After the battle lasted for more than an hour, Wu Liji finally understood this point clearly. Less than half of his 30,000 cavalrymen were left after this battle. I can't wait any longer. Seeing that the reinforcement from Turfan still hadn't arrived, Wu Liji's eyes flashed with anger. The distance between the two camps was only 5 li. If they rushed at full speed, they would arrive in an instant. However, after such a long time, not to mention a large batch of reinforcements, there wasn't even a shadow of reinforcements. At this moment, Wu Liji had completely lost his confidence. Chapter 12:23. Hearing Wu Liji say that they couldn't wait any longer, the other generals beside him all rubbed their palms together. They didn't have any history or experience fighting against the five-star army. In their short-sighted eyes, it seemed that their Ili cavalry was the most tyrannical force under the heavens. They even yearned to fight against the five-star army and obtain military merits. However, it was clear that they misunderstood Wu Liji's words. When he said that they couldn't wait any longer, it wasn't that he wanted to fight to the death with the five-star army, but rather that he was prepared to retreat. If it wasn't Turpan's capital behind him, but Ili country's capital, Wu Liji would fight to the death. However, now wasn't the time to use his full strength. Since this battle was destined to be lost, what he needed to do was to bring more cavalry back and protect Ili country. Pass on the order. Wu Liji spat out these 2 words like a popping bean. Following this, the young generals beside him all became excited. What Air said next made these people's fighting spirit fall into a bottomless abyss. Pass down the order to retreat. Retreat? A young general thought that he had misheard and asked with a doubtful tone. Yes, retreat. We don't need to fight to the death with the five-star army in order to protect Turpan's capital. Now, I order the entire army to retreat. Not only did Wu Liji decide to retreat, but he also decided to withdraw from this so-called alliance. He could see that everyone wasn't of one mind. Whenever they encountered a situation, they would only protect themselves and fight for themselves. What was the use of this alliance? What was the point of this alliance? Although doing this would cause the Turpan army to fall into danger, and even Turpan's capital behind them would be in the same situation. At the same time, it could affect the overall situation of the 3 countries' alliance. However, Wu Liji didn't think so much at this moment. If he insisted on staying, it was very likely that he would be completely surrounded by the five-star army, or even be completely wiped out. This was a responsibility that he couldn't bear. Wu Liji decisively gave the order to retreat. Without waiting for the new army's main force to surround them, the front army turned around and fled. This caused the new army to lose a chance to wipe them out. Mother Faster's Kerr, he runs really fast. Why don't we chase after him? The 3rd Cavalry Division's commander, Lei Chuandang, spoke with a displeased expression. He was in the middle of a killing spree when the enemy fled. They didn't even bring any food or military supplies with them. More than 10,000 captives were left inside and outside the tent. This was enough to prove his determination. There's no need for that. Commander Su, he shook his head. A cornered beast would still put up a desperate fight. At this time, if they really caught up with Ili's cavalry, they would have no way to retreat. If Ili went all out, it was very likely that both sides would suffer. This was not what he wanted. Not to mention that the 1st Cavalry Division and the Liaodong Cavalry Regiment were in danger, especially the latter. Sui had to be saved. Sui had done so much for him, so it was reasonable for him to do his best to help. 4th Division, leave 2 regiments to clean up the battlefield. The rest of you, follow me and charge into the Turpan camp. When they heard that there was a big battle to fight, the other 3 division commanders' eyes lit up. They immediately replied, "Yes, sir." The Liaodong Cavalry Regiment. At this time, they were completely surrounded. As the first to charge out, Tong Long was covered in blood. Most of it was the enemy's, and some of it was his own, since he suddenly appeared in the battle with Yi Erqiang. Tong Long hadn't stopped killing for a moment. Just the number of enemy cavalry who died in his hands was at least 60 to 70. There were even more who were injured. This fully demonstrated his reputation as a fierce general of Liaodong. However, at the same time, he also paid a big price. For example, of the 4,000 cavalry that charged out with him, there were now less than 500 left. Moreover, all of them were injured. Some were only holding on with their last breath. Even if their injuries were healed, it was impossible for them to gallop on horseback. After paying such a huge price, the results were satisfactory. Not only did they break through the camp of Yi Erqiang's 30,000 cavalrymen and force them to retreat, they also attracted the attention of 11,000 cavalrymen from the Turf Kingdom. Furthermore, they were able to keep a close eye on them, preventing them from being distracted. Facing 11,000 with 4,000 and being surrounded, Tong Long wasn't made of iron. The cavalry he brought weren't all as brave as he was. During this period of time, there were 2 huge dangers. However, one of them was blocked by Zhao Xing and the remaining 1,000 cavalry. When the second danger came, the new Army 1st Cavalry Division's 1st Regiment commander, Wu Ba, brought 2,000 cavalry and blocked it. With the appearance of 2 reinforcements, the pressure on Tong Long decreased by a lot. Just as they were about to charge out and kill their way out, another 3,000 Turpan cavalry came and joined the encirclement. At this point, Tong Long had already restrained 14,000 Turpan cavalry. This was already more than a third of Daiqin's forces. Another 3,000 cavalry surrounded them. No matter if it was Tong Long, Zhao Xing, or Wu Ba, their faces all became ugly. After exchanging glances, they all raised their heads and laughed out loud. Good. Since that's the case, let's fight to the death. At most, we'll be men again in 18 years. Tong Long's wild laughter sounded so heroic and heroic in the night. That's right. 18 years later, we'll be heroes again. But even if we die, we can't let our enemies have an easy time. Next, let's see who kills more people. Leader Wu Ba also had a crazed smile on his face. This time, he brought a whole 2,000 cavalry over. However, there were less than 100 people left by his side. According to the rules of the army, when an army lost more than half of its members, they should retreat from the battlefield. However, his entire army was almost wiped out. Seeing the soldiers who had followed him for so many years leaving one after another, Wu Ba only had one thought in his mind, and that was to avenge his fallen comrades. He wanted to kill as many people as he could. Only then would he have the face to see his comrades who had left before him after he went to the Yellow Springs. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Zhao Xing, who was the weakest in terms of personal strength, but also had the guts, also roared. This was completely different from his usual scholarly side. From this, it could be seen that the cruel and bloody battlefield could change a person. Zhao Xing wasn't much better off. Of the last 1,000 cavalry he brought, there were less than 200 left. Luckily, because he joined the battle late, he only had a blade wound on his body. The 3 generals looked at the enemies surrounding them. At this moment, they no longer cared about life and death. In their eyes, there was only one word: revenge. At this point, the Turpan army wasn't much better off. Of the 14,000 troops, there weren't even half left. However, there were still over 5,000 people left. The ones surrounding them were still the few hundred 5-star army who were on the verge of death. They still held a significant advantage. General Tong, who was in charge of surrounding the 5-star army, stared with his eyes wide open. He was truly shocked by the performance of Tong Long and the others. He originally thought that with several times the number of the enemy and the fact that they were surrounded, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the enemy. However, after fighting for so long, not only did he suffer heavy losses, he even suffered more than the enemy. This made him feel extremely humiliated. Now that he saw the enemy still shouting while surrounded, how could he let it go? He immediately pointed his saber forward and shouted, "Go! Kill them all! Kill them all! Kill!" General Tong was angry. The cavalry below took advantage of the fact that they had more people. After a loud shout, they all charged forward. At this moment, swords flashed and war horses galloped forward. A life-and-death battle was once again played out. Relying on the advantage of numbers, a 5-star army cavalry would often have to face 3 to 4 enemies or even more. In such a situation, death was inevitable. The only difference was how many enemies they could kill. With the thought that killing one was enough and killing 2 was worth it, the 5-star army cavalry soldiers didn't care about life and death. With the determination to fight to the death, they didn't defend and launched a final attack on the Turpan cavalry. Their morale was still high and they waved their sabers resolutely. But after all, they weren't made of iron. After using up most of their strength, the sabers in their hands gradually lost control. Even the horses under there, but were letting out muffled snorts. That was a sign that they were about to use up all their strength and were about to lose all their strength. However, at this moment, no one cared so much. When all the soldiers were prepared to die, in their eyes, death was no longer that scary. In their eyes, there was only killing the enemy. Only killing the enemy. In the face of death, the hundreds of soldiers of the 5-star army burst forth with their greatest potential. Many of them weren't killed by the Turpan cavalry, but by the exhaustion of their bodies. In the end, they couldn't even ride their horses and fell to the ground, unconscious. Among them was Commander Tong Long. When he launched the counterattack, he was the one who took the lead. Relying on his own bravery, he swung his saber almost instinctively, cutting down 4 sturdy Turkmen cavalrymen. When he swung his saber for the 5th time, due to the decrease in speed, it was finally blocked. Under the powerful rebound force, he lost his balance and fell off his warhorse. "Commander!" Tong Long's fall from his horse attracted the shouts of more than 10 soldiers who saw this scene. This shout also greatly stimulated the other 5-star army cavalry soldiers. They charged forward as if they had gone mad. Some of them didn't even have the strength to hold their sabers, but they still used their bodies to open up a path of blood. It was all for the sake of protecting Tong Long, who they didn't know whether he was dead or alive, from being trampled and killed by the Turpan cavalry. However, there was a limit to their madness, especially when they didn't have the strength to do so. As more and more 5-star army cavalry fell to the ground, the encirclement of the Turpan cavalry became smaller and smaller. In the end, Wu Ba and Zhao Xing were surrounded in an extremely small area with less than 50 cavalry soldiers. Chapter 1224. Those who surrender will be spared. General Tong was also shocked by the reaction of these people before they died. Although they were enemies, he had to admit that this was an opponent worthy of respect. This was because in less than an hour, he had lost another 1,000 cavalrymen. This made him furious, but at the same time, he also secretly admired Lu Xian. Surrender? Ha! Our 5-star army only has heroes who die in battle, not cowards who kneel. Wu Ba seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. After laughing wildly, he waved his heavy right arm and pointed forward. 5-star army soldiers, prepare for the final attack. It was indeed the final attack, because everyone knew that with only 50 of them, they would not be able to change the outcome of the battle. This final attack was the time for them to show their worth as soldiers. Wu Ba's heroism caused General Tong's expression to change again. But soon, his eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Although he admired these 5-star troops and admitted that they were indeed brave warriors, he still had to kill them because they were serving their own masters. This was the duty of a soldier. Everyone, get ready to charge. The battle was about to start. There was no doubt about the outcome. With 4,000 soldiers fighting 50 cavalrymen and 50 cavalrymen covered in wounds, there was no doubt about the outcome. Wu Ba and General Tong raised their sabers. At the same time, Wu Ba and General Tong did the same thing. The night breeze seemed to sound the horn for the final charge. The sabers of the two generals fell at the same time, and all the cavalry prepared for the final charge at the same time. Xiao xiao xiao, xiao xiao xiao. Right at this moment, the sound of arrows piercing through the air rang out. Then, from the periphery of the battlefield, behind the Turpan army, came a series of battle cries. The sound of horse hooves stomping on the ground reverberated into everyone's ears. The new army cavalry reinforcements had finally arrived. It was the commander of the 3rd Cavalry Division, Lei Chuandang. This irascible and loud general was also very brave. The moment he appeared behind the Turpan cavalrymen, he started killing them. A huge hole was easily torn open by him. You guys follow me to block them. The rest of you, kill these people. Kill them. At this moment, General Tong was also infuriated. 14,000 men against only half of the enemy. Yet, there was still no result after so long. This made him feel humiliated and angry at the same time. At this moment, he didn't give the order to retreat. Even if he were to die, he wanted to kill off the 5-star army that gave him a headache and made him respect them. Protect the leader. When the 50 cavalrymen heard the battle cries outside, they couldn't help but tremble. A wave of energy instantly filled their bodies. They then formed an encirclement surrounding Wu Ba, Zhao Xing, and Commander Tong Long, whose fate was unknown. Kill. Arrow formation. Charge with me. Lei Chuandang had completely forgotten that as a divisional commander, he couldn't rashly enter the battlefield. Thinking of his comrades, he brandished his massive saber and descended like a god of death. None of the Turkmen soldiers who stood in his way could withstand a single blow from him. Lei Chuandang was the tip of the arrow, and in a short period of time, he killed his way out. Coincidentally, he ran into General Tong, who was just as angry. When two kings met, there was only one person left. Without saying a word, the two of them immediately started fighting. Lei Chuandang's moves were grand and grand. His saber, which was wider than a normal saber, was wielded with vigor and vigor. General Tong, who was favored by General Daiqin, wasn't a good-for-nothing. He used his curved saber with great dexterity, always using 4 ounces of force to deflect Lei Chuandang's huge force and looking for an opportunity to counterattack. On the surface, the two of them were evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, only General Tong himself knew how much pressure he was facing at this moment. Every time his curved saber clashed with Lei Chuandang's saber, his arm couldn't help but tremble. After a while, the area between his thumb and index finger that was holding the saber was already dripping with blood. Let go. Lei Chuandang, who was anxious to save his comrades, didn't hesitate to use his strength. Another ferocious slash, like a tiger descending the mountain, clashed with General Tong's curved saber. Just as he said, the other party's curved saber trembled and fell to the ground. Succeeding in one strike, Lei Chuandang didn't hold back and swung his saber again. General Tong, who had lost his weapon, quickly dodged and fled. If it was under normal circumstances, he might have been able to dodge. However, he was on a war horse. He dodged to the side, and the war horse didn't have the ability to do so. With one strike, the war horse fell to the ground, and General Tong also fell to the ground. Kill. Following closely behind Lei Chuandang, the cavalry of the 5-star army in the arrow formation immediately spurred their horses and walked past him. General Tong managed to dodge the first and second slash, but he didn't manage to dodge the third and fourth slash. Just as he got up from the ground, he was turned into a target by the 5-star army's cavalry. His body was cut beyond recognition, and he died with blood all over his body. Lei Chuandang didn't care whether General Tong was dead or alive. He had confidence in his comrades behind him. At this moment, his attention was completely focused on the front. He still had to save his comrades. Even if there was only a 1% chance, he had to give it his all. Charging with all his strength, a huge opening appeared in front of him. Lei Chuandang finally reached the center of the encirclement in the shortest time possible. When he arrived, he saw 6 cavalry in the uniform of the 5-star army. They were all covered in blood, and their faces looked as if they were ready to die. "Good brother, I'm late." When he saw that there were only 6 cavalry, Lei Chuandang, a hot-blooded man, couldn't help but cry. Although he didn't experience it personally, he could feel how difficult and dangerous this battle was. "Haha, Commander Lei, you're finally here." Wu Ba, who was riding on his horse, chuckled. It was a smile of satisfaction, a smile of relief after completing a mission. Because of this, he breathed his last breath and fell to the ground from his horse. "Quick, save them!" Zhao Xing, who was beside Wu Ba, immediately shouted. Following that, a group of shouts and shouts resounded in the encirclement. Lei Chuandang's appearance not only saved Wu Ba, Zhao Xing, and the others, but also defeated the remaining 4,000 Torpon cavalry. When they had the advantage in numbers, they still didn't win. Now that the reinforcements of the 5-star army had arrived and General Tong was dead, the rest of them didn't have the courage to stay here. They immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. In comparison, the main force of Turfan was not having a good time either. Commander Su He brought the entire 2nd Cavalry Division and 2 regiments of the 4th Cavalry Division. More than 10,000 cavalrymen charged into Turufan's main camp from the east like a flood of steel. General Daichin, who was waiting for good news from the north and west, didn't expect enemies to appear from the east. For a moment, he was stunned on the spot. Isn't the eastern front guarded by Wuli Ji and 30,000 elite cavalry? Then why would these enemies appear here? Thinking back to when the elite cavalry asked him for help, he suddenly understood. Could it be that the request for help wasn't an act, but real? If that was the case, then where did the 5-star army get so many cavalry to be able to defeat Yi Erqiang's cavalry and the Yili cavalry? How did they have the strength to attack him? At this moment, the 5-star army became mysterious in General Daichin's eyes. Such a result made him believe without a doubt that the main force of the 5-star army had arrived. It could even be Bugnam of Gojoseon himself. Otherwise, with the new army's 30,000 cavalry, how could they injure him to this extent? General Daichin, who thought he understood everything, cursed each and every one of the scouts in his heart. He always thought that these scouts had the wrong information, which led to the current defeat. But he didn't know that Yang Qindong's army was still 100 miles away. To reach here, it would take at least a day. It was also because of this wrong judgment that Daichin didn't even bother with the 5-star army that appeared in the east. Instead, he directly gave the order to retreat. Actually, he still had close to 20,000 cavalry. If he counterattacked now, it was very possible that he could defeat Su He's new army. But the shadow of his previous defeat was too big in Daichin's heart. It was so big that he had lost the courage to fight head-on. Daichin gave the order to retreat. He only left 5,000 cavalry to stop the 5-star army's advance. Because behind him was the Torpon capital, he needed time to retreat to inform King Hardenbarter. The king also needed time to retreat. The scout general galloped towards the capital. He did not shout as he galloped on the streets of the capital. He was worried that the news of the army's defeat would spread to the city and cause chaos in the city. This would be even more detrimental to the king's departure. In the palace, Hardenbarter already knew about the battle outside the city. He had already put on his king's clothes and was waiting for the news. He didn't expect that the news of the defeat would come. If it wasn't for the fact that the throne was wide enough, he probably would have fallen off the throne. How do we lose? Isn't Bugnam of Gojoseon still 100 miles away? Isn't there only the 5-star army outside? After calming himself down, Hardenbarter asked the question that was bothering him the most. My king, Bugnam of Gojoseon has appeared. We weren't prepared. The Yarqiang and Ili Kingdom's cavalry have all retreated. General Daichin can't do this alone. The scout told Hardenbarter what Daiqin meant. What? After hearing that his allies had retreated and that Bugnam of Gojoseon had appeared, Hardenbarter knew that he had lost again. It was a huge loss that would leave the capital behind. Seeing that Hardenbarter was still in a daze, the scout anxiously said, "Your Majesty, General Daiqin probably won't be able to hold on for long. Please leave the capital, Your Majesty." Chapter 1225. Yes, yes, leave this place immediately, leave this place. Even though he was unwilling, Hardenbarter didn't want to be a captive. If he lost the capital, he could still take it back. However, if he was captured by the five-star army, there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. Luckily, he was prepared. When the scouts entered the city at night, they didn't make a big fuss. When Hardenbarter left the capital, he wasn't stopped at all. However, due to the lack of time, he left a lot of good things in the palace. He was even worried that if he made a ruckus, the civilians would hear the news and come out to escape. As such, he didn't even have the courage to burn those things. Outside of Turpan City, Daiqin and his cavalry fought as they retreated. They managed to hold on until dawn. After receiving news that the king had left the city safely, they took the remaining 20,000 cavalry and escaped. Because Daiqin's forces were the last to be attacked, they didn't lose much. They only lost a lot when they surrounded the Liaodong cavalry regiment. In fact, at this time, the strength of the new Third Army had decreased by a lot. After a night of fighting, they had lost almost a cavalry division. Among them, Wu Ba's regiment suffered the most. Less than 400 of them survived from the loss of 2,000 men. Half of them were seriously injured and would have to withdraw from the army even if they recovered. Needless to say, the Liaodong cavalry regiment was even worse. When the casualties were counted, some of their injured brothers were dug out from the pile of corpses. Even so, less than 500 of their 5,000 brothers were left. 90% of their strength was damaged, and they were almost beaten to a pulp. Of course, after paying such a huge price, it wasn't like they didn't gain anything. On the contrary, they gained a lot. The most direct result was that they took down Turpan City. Occupying this place meant that they had the foundation and strength to rule everywhere. Secondly, there were many good things in the palace that had been taken by the five-star army for their own use. Their initial estimated value was around 5 million taels of silver, which was enough to make up for all the losses of the five-star army in this battle. Not to mention, most of the civilians in the city were also trapped by the five-star army. When they woke up, they were still Turkmen, but when they woke up, they were already captives of the Baiming army. After a bitter battle, they managed to capture over 20,000 people and tens of thousands of war horses. Among them were the 5,000 war horses that Daiqin had given to Wu Liji under pressure. Because Wu Liji was in a hurry to escape, they were all captured by the five-star army. With less than 40,000 cavalrymen, they managed to defeat 100,000 cavalrymen of the Alliance army. This was no small miracle. When Yang Qindong received the battle report on his way here, he couldn't help but smile. Very good, very good. The new army is good. The Liaodong cavalry is even better. Men, tell everyone to hurry up and get to Turpan as soon as possible. This was not because Yang Qindong wanted to see the fruits of victory earlier. He was worried that once the three allied forces found that their opponents were less than 40,000 people after daybreak, and the number of people after a hard battle was only more than 20,000, they would suddenly counterattack. If so, everything they had obtained before was likely to be lost. Yang Qindong's worry wasn't without reason. For example, a Leifu of the Yarqiang kingdom also had such thoughts. He even sent people to contact Daiqin and Wu Liji to discuss whether or not they should attack during the day when the five-star army wasn't stable yet. However, he was mercilessly rejected. Last night, as the first Yarqiang tribe to be attacked, a Leifu of the Yarqiang tribe did feel like he was beaten senseless, especially after the death of his deputy general. When the morale of the army fell to the lowest point, he immediately made preparations to escape. After running for dozens of li and confirming that there were no pursuers behind him, Alefu smelled a trace of abnormality. Logically speaking, he had already lost. If it was him, he would definitely bring his troops and attack. There was no reason for him to let them go. However, the five-star army didn't chase after him. What did this mean? There were only two answers. First, the five-star army didn't place him in their eyes. Second, the five-star army's strength was insufficient and they couldn't chase after him. As for the first answer, if the five-star army didn't place the 30,000 cavalry in their eyes, he wouldn't believe it no matter what. Then it seemed that there was only the second answer. For this reason, he hurriedly sent out close to 100 scouts to gather information. Very quickly, the news came back. The five-star army's strength was indeed insufficient, and they were surrounded by the Turpan cavalry. When he heard this news, Alefu had an impulse to lead his troops back and deal a heavy blow to the five-star corps that was looking for trouble with him. He wanted to let them know how stupid it was to provoke him. However, this thought was fleeting. He was thinking of another problem. Once the five-star army was defeated, the Yarkiang tribe's greatest enemy would be the Turpan kingdom. Since there was such an opportunity, why not sit back and watch the tigers and dragons fight while he reaped the benefits? Due to his selfishness, Alefu only ordered people to pay close attention to the situation on the battlefield. He himself walked at a steady pace. He wanted to wait for both sides to consume more of their strength. Then, he would appear as the savior and turn the tide. However, Alefu didn't expect that Wuli Ji would also be defeated. When he heard from the scouts that the five-star army had defeated the Yilabali army and launched a fierce attack on the Turpan cavalry, he hurriedly fled. Using a saying from the future, it wasn't that he was useless, but that the opponent was too cunning and too strong. However, no matter what, Alefu's 30,000 troops didn't suffer any heavy losses. Even last night, he only lost a deputy general and less than 1,000 cavalry. Furthermore, those cavalry were mostly injured from trampling on each other. This meant that out of the three armies, Alefu was the strongest. It was precisely because of this that he made the request to counterattack. Because from all the signs, it seemed like the five-star army wasn't that strong. When they could fight, they didn't fight. When they couldn't fight, Alefu wanted to fight. Facing this request, Daichin directly rejected it. As for Wuli Ji, he had escaped to God knows where last night. Without any helpers, Alefu decided to leave after an intense mental struggle. He didn't want to take the risk. More importantly, this risk wasn't worth it at all. If he really defeated the five-star army and took back the Turpan capital, what could he do? Now was the time for the three armies to form an alliance. Could he still occupy their capital and not return it? In the end, Alefu could only return. This made General Su He, who had been watching them from the city tower, let out a sigh of relief. They had just taken over the city. Now, the city was still very chaotic, and there were even many opposing forces. One had to say that Turpan's foundation was still very strong, especially those retired soldiers. They didn't die and were mixed in with the civilians. For such experienced veterans, once they were given weapons and had a leader, they would quickly become a very strong force and pose a threat to the five-star army. With internal problems, Sui didn't want to have any more conflicts with the Yirkiang army. After seeing Alefu retreat, Sui let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he said to his 4 division commanders, "Clean up the city, kill those who oppose. Try some of the prisoners, punish those who are guilty, and release those who are innocent. Spread the news of the five-star army, publicly dividing the land to stabilize the morale of the army. Educate the prisoners if they have relatives in the city. Make use of them and try to make them work for us. Calculate the resources obtained from the war, unify them, and look after them strictly. Clean up the palace and prepare for the arrival of the king." A series of orders were given out by Su He. The machine that was the new army started to operate quickly. Everyone was 100% focused. Even though many people were tired after fighting for a night, when they thought about the arrival of Bugnam of Gojoseon, they were full of energy again. A day later, the scouts and light cavalry of the new army arrived at Turpan. Su He, who had been worried about a counterattack, was relieved. On the morning of the third day, Yang Qindong brought 20,000 Mongolian soldiers and the Far Eastern Army's 1st Cavalry Division to Turpan. After more than a day of preparations, the security situation in the city had become much more stable. After a series of orders were issued, especially after the public policy of distributing land was implemented, the Turpan people who were originally worried about not having enough food to eat and clothes to wear in the future were much calmer. As a result, more than 3,000 people came to inquire about the situation. Perhaps they wanted to ask about it themselves, or perhaps it was their friends and neighbors who wanted to ask about it. For these people's questions, Suhi specially sent people to set up a temporary problem-solving department to be responsible for answering their questions. When Yang Qindong entered Turpan City under the protection of 2,000 majestic Black Rider Dragon Guards, he saw that not only was the order in the city not chaotic, but there were even some commoners lining the streets to welcome him. Shock flashed through his heart. "Commander Su, don't tell me you spent money to invite all these people." Looking at the people standing on both sides of the road, old and young, who were paying attention to him, Yang Qindong asked military commander Su He, who guided him into the city with a straight face. At that moment, Suhi's face turned ugly. His gaze was a little evasive as he stammered. "Some of them came on their own accord. Some were invited by your subordinates." Chapter 12:26. Well, at least you're honest. But don't do this kind of thing in the future. You've been with me for a long time, so you know I'm not a person who likes to pretend. I believe that if we really make these people live better and more peaceful than before, they will sincerely welcome us one day. Yang Qindong didn't blame Su He for this matter, but it was necessary to remind him. As the saying goes, subordinates follow the example of their superiors. Once he started the trend, the people below him would definitely follow suit. Not only would it be easy to corrupt the social atmosphere, but it would also be a huge waste of manpower and resources. Yes, seeing that Yang Qindong wasn't really angry, Suhi felt relieved. After testing the bottom line, Suhi wouldn't do this kind of trend in the future. Okay, let's talk about the situation in the city. To be honest, this battle was really risky. Try not to do this in the future. Although some things were reported in the telegram, it wasn't as clear as seeing it in person. Yang Qindong was also anxious to understand the current situation in the city. At least he wanted to know how much combat power the new army and Liaodong Cavalry Strengthening Regiment had left, and whether they could continue to attack in a short period of time. So he had already expected that Yang Qindong would ask, so he already knew the relevant data. This time, it was easy for him to speak. "Sixth young master, the situation is like this." So he spoke while Yang Qindong listened carefully. When the army arrived in front of the palace, they just happened to talk about the Liaodong Cavalry Strengthening Regiment's commander Tong Long fainted because of exhaustion. After hearing this, Yang Qindong didn't even rush to the palace. He let Su He lead the way and went straight to the nearby temporary military hospital. In the temporary military hospital, there were a lot of wounded people in this battle, and there were even a lot of wounded captives. And in the middle of it, there was an independent tent. In a temporary military hospital where there were not enough beds and tents, being able to enjoy the treatment of a single room was not something an ordinary person could do. Not to mention, the five-star army had always been particular about equality between officers and soldiers. Very few people were able to enjoy single rooms. However, there was still one person who enjoyed such treatment under the special permission of Commander Su He. He was Tong Long, the commander of the Liaodong Cavalry Regiment. In this battle, the 5,000 men of the reinforced regiment had managed to attract and drive off 40,000 cavalry. It was also because of their sacrifice that they were able to achieve such a great victory in Turpan City. Not only did they capture countless prisoners, but they also gained a lot of money and rations. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the reinforced regiment had achieved the greatest merit this time. As a commander of the troops, Tong Long had killed countless people until he fell off his horse. It could be said that this battle had shown his might and prestige. It was not an exaggeration to say that his name could be described as having outstanding military achievements. After a day of rest, Tong Long had recovered a lot of strength. Not only could he eat by himself, but he could also get out of bed and walk. If it wasn't for the strong request of the military doctor, he probably would have returned to the army. When talking about the army, the two people lying on the bed and sitting on the side who came to take care of him were both silent. This battle was indeed a victory, and the Liaodong Cavalry Regiment had achieved a great merit because of it. However, the losses were also huge. Out of the 5,000 cavalry, only 500 survived. Among them, 200 were too heavily injured and would probably not be able to fight on horseback in the future. With such a huge loss, Tong Long and Zhao Xing in the single room didn't know how to face it. They didn't know what to say. Logically speaking, when the army had fought to this extent, even if they were to immediately disband, no one would say anything. If they couldn't even gather enough people to form a normal battalion, how could they talk about a reinforced regiment or an independent army? Vice Commander Zhao, do you think our reinforced regiment will be disbanded because of this? Lying on the bed and frowning, Tong Long had a glimmer of hope, but at the same time, he was also worried. When Zhao Xing, who came to take care of him, heard this, he first raised his head, then shook his head. Commander, don't think about these things. This time, no matter how you look at it, we did a great job, so we shouldn't be disbanded. Ha! Zhao Xing's answer clearly didn't dispel Tong Long's doubts. He smiled bitterly and said, You already said it, so it shouldn't be. It seems like there's a high chance that we'll be disbanded. But that's also true. We're a surrendered army. When they agreed to let us form our own regiment, it was probably because they considered that we wouldn't be able to adapt. It was also to show others. Now, our soldiers are all gone, so we can openly disband. But this way, I'm afraid we'll have to be separated. To be honest, Vice Commander Zhao, the feeling of commanding an army with you is really great. I really like it. I'm also willing to work under you. Zhao Xing raised his head. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he closed his mouth. Regardless of whether it was him or Tong Long, they didn't have any foundation in the five-star army. If they had to be connected, it would be that they were friends with Bai Shuang, the commander of the 4th Regiment of the 1st Cavalry Division. But distant water couldn't quench a present thirst. Furthermore, he was only a regiment commander. Although he was in the world's #1 cavalry division and his regiment was more valuable, he was still far away from them. Even if he was right in front of them, would he be willing to speak up for them? They didn't have any connections with the higher-ups. If this happened in Beiming, needless to say, their reinforced regiment would definitely be disbanded. Perhaps they would give them another position because of their contributions, but needless to say, it wouldn't be as important and independent as before. After all, a surrendered general was a surrendered general. Today, the 5-star army surrendered. Who knew if other people would surrender tomorrow? In the ward, there was a period of silence. After some time, Zhao Xing finally couldn't help but ask, Commander, tell me the truth. Do you regret it? This time, we've sacrificed our entire reinforced team just for this victory. I don't regret it. Before Zhao Xing could finish, Tong Long had already opened his mouth. There are things a man can do, and there are things he can't do. Since you sincerely chose the 5-star army, of course, you have to perform well. But do you regret it? Of course I don't regret it. If it wasn't for Bugnam of Gojoseon's favor, I might just be a normal soldier now, or I might have been sent to farm. Now that I can follow you and lead the army to victory, it's worth it. Good, no regrets, good, worth it. Just as Zhao Xing finished speaking and expressed his stance, the curtain of the ward was pulled open from the outside. Then, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of the two of them. Due to the lack of light, both Tong Long and Zhao Xing couldn't see who it was. However, when they gradually got used to it and saw who it was, their expressions changed drastically. Tong Long didn't care about anything else. He immediately jumped off the bed and shouted together with Zhao Xing, who was already kneeling on the ground. Your subordinate greets Bugnam of Gojoseon. Long live Bugnam of Gojoseon. Get up. When Yang Qindong saw Tong Long get off the bed and kneel on the ground, He quickly got up and helped him up. This scene made Tong Long extremely touched. After all, the person who helped him was the soul of the five-star army. At the same time, he was Bugnam of Gojoseon, who was personally conferred the title by the great Ming dynasty's emperor. Thank you. Thank you, Bugnam of Gojoseon. But how could your subordinate have made you personally come? Tong Long's voice was slightly choked as he spoke. Unlike others, he was someone who had once studied in the capital of Beiming. It was because of this that he was very familiar with status and rank. Thinking back to when he was in the capital of Beiming, any third or fourth rank civil official wouldn't put it in their eyes. Even if he sent money to them, they wouldn't even be able to meet the person in question. But now he was only slightly injured, and Bugnam of Gojoseon had actually made an appearance. AI, are your injuries okay? Yang Qindong personally helped Tong Long back to the bed. This action made it difficult for him to stand or sit. But before he could say anything, Yang Qindong's laughter rang out. How can you say that he's worthy? In this battle, you fought well with the new army, especially your Liaodong cavalry regiment. You only had 5,000 men and horses, but you dared to fight and charge. You didn't show the slightest bit of fear in the face of an enemy several times your size. On the contrary, you killed them until their men and horses fell. Good, very good. Thank you, Bugnam of Gojoseon. Hearing this praise, Tong Long and Zhao Xing hurriedly knelt to express their gratitude. All right, there's no need to keep kneeling. We don't do this here, right? In the future, you can call me King, or you can call me the sixth young master. There's no need to call me Bugnam of Gojoseon. That would make us seem distant. Yang Qindong said with a chuckle. The people below had many different names for Yang Qindong. Those who were closest to him, such as Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei, naturally called him the young master. Those who were closer, such as some of the senior officials, called Yang Qindong the sixth young master. Those who were further away were allowed to call him king. Only the most ordinary people called Yang Qindong the Bugnam of Gojoseon. In other words, from the way they addressed Yang Qindong, one could tell whether they were close or not. This time, Yang Qindong allowed the two to call him king. This was a sign of closeness. Yes, king. Tong Long and Zhao Xing's faces flashed with joy, and they immediately changed the way they addressed him. Ha, that's right. Right. I heard that the two of you are injured. How are you? Are you in any trouble? Yang Qindong asked with a sincere expression of concern. We're fine. We can now take our swords and mount our horses to kill the enemy. This time, the two of them spoke in unison. Good, as expected of the Tiger General of the five-star army. Since that's the case, the two of you listen to my orders. Yang Qindong saw that the two of them did not seem to be in any trouble. He was relieved and immediately shouted loudly. The two of them were stunned by Yang Qindong's shout. Out of instinct, the two of them straightened their bodies and replied in unison. Your subordinates are here. Chapter 12:27. Yang Qindong's gaze swept across the two of them before he said, in view of the outstanding performance of the Liaodong Cavalry Regiment in the attack on Tuliefan City, they will be awarded a first-class merit. The soldiers who died will be compensated, and the soldiers who are still alive will be given jobs. The rest will be promoted by 3 ranks. Regiment Commander Tong Long and Deputy Regiment Commander Zhao Xing have performed valiantly and will be promoted to Liaodong Cavalry Division. They will be allowed to lead 10,000 soldiers and will be independent of the other armies. Once the order is given, they will be given priority to choose from the captives and will rebuild the army's prestige. Yang Qindong's voice reverberated throughout the room, causing Tong Long and Zhao Xing's eyes to light up. When they heard that they could rebuild the army and change from a regiment to a division, the two of them were excited. After the order was given, the two of them immediately knelt on the ground and said in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. This time, all the soldiers will be given priority to be recruited from the captives of the battle. As for the regiment commander, I will make the arrangements for you. There is only one request, and that is to form the army as soon as possible. There will be a big battle ahead. Yang Qindong looked at the two of them, his eyes filled with hope as he spoke. Yes, your majesty, don't worry. We will not let you down. Please watch our performance. At this time, both Tong Long and Zhao Xing were extremely excited. They had thought that they would lose their positions and would be suppressed. However, they did not expect that in the face of military merits, Yang Qindong would treat everyone equally. This time, they were confident. In the future, when they encountered a tough battle, they would know how to perform better. This was also Yang Qindong's goal. As his power grew, his territory grew, and his army grew. He did not have enough people in his hands. This meant that he needed to rope in some of the people who were previously enemies, but were knowledgeable, to work for him. However, a surrendered general was still a surrendered general. No matter how sincere he was, it was inevitable that some people would have doubts. This time, he had used the opportunity of Tong Long and Zhao Xing's great victory to increase the rewards. He wanted to show everyone that as long as they had the ability, as long as they made great contributions, they would receive the same treatment as everyone else and be rewarded as well. As for Tong Long and Zhao Xing, after receiving the order to rebuild the Liaodong Cavalry Division, their injuries seemed to have mostly healed, and they immediately began to prepare. The two of them were originally talented, and what they lacked was an opportunity to display their talents. This time, not only Tong Long's Liaodong Cavalry Division, but Su He's new army also began to prepare their replacements. After the battle, they had lost almost an entire division and needed to replenish their numbers. Yang Qindong had fully considered this problem and immediately said that if there were not enough people among the captives, they could recruit soldiers from Turpan City. He had long heard reports from intelligence personnel that Turpan had dismissed some of the experienced soldiers to return home to farm. This was originally a manifestation of hiding soldiers among the people, and now it was convenient for Yang Qindong. If there were not enough soldiers, the first batch of 100,000 soldiers from Shaowei province would arrive. At that time, there would be suitable people to choose from among them. However, because of this, Yang Qindong had no choice but to stop attacking. Just Turpan City alone had 200,000 people, and it was truly worthy of being the capital of a country. It would also take time to move all these people out and replace them with people from other areas. Fortunately, when Sui told all of the people in the city that he would not change his promise of giving them land, and on the contrary, there would be more land in other places, the voices of the people became much quieter. It was not enough to just give carrots. Sui followed Yang Qindong's instructions and picked up a big stick with the other hand. The general idea was that if anyone didn't want to leave, once the war started, not only his property could not be guaranteed, but also his life could be lost at any time. As ordinary people, no one was willing to live in the chaos of war. With his big stick raised high in the air, the few remaining voices of opposition quickly disappeared. Now, they only needed to wait for the first batch of 100,000 soldiers from the Japanese Empire and 200,000 people from other regions to arrive. Then, they would be able to gain a firm foothold in Turpan City and start conquering the entire Ili province. In front of Turpan City, every day, countless people of various races could be seen passing by. On both sides of them, there would always be many soldiers protecting them. On the city gate tower, Marquis Wukinghao Shi Heng's brows were tightly knitted together. His heart was like a stormy sea rolling over and over. Once upon a time, Shi Heng had looked down on Yang Qindong. It was just that he had a good background and had become the favorite of the emperor because he had given a potato to the emperor. He had also looked down on him because he was a business genius who knew how to make money. But no matter what his identity was, in the eyes of a general like Shi Heng, he was just a weak young master who only knew how to talk. If he wanted to, he could trample such a person to death at any time. But suddenly, the Tumu Fortress incident had put Yang Qindong at the heart of the struggle. Then, there was the Battle of the Capital, and Yang Qindong had completely shone, becoming known as the war god. From then on, when Shi Heng looked at Yang Qindong, there was not only jealousy and envy in his eyes, but also a trace of fear. Until now, Yang Qindong had become the Bugnom of Gojoseon. Although he had made progress, he was just a marquis Woking Hao. More importantly, he had already broken away from the shackles of the great Ming dynasty and become the king of a region. But now, he was just a commander-in-chief who had to Biming the emperor. The difference between the two was so great that although Shi Hung was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. After all, the gap was so big that he had no way to surpass him. When the Battle of Origin City began, Shi Hung thought that the opportunity had come, but he did not expect that he would fail at the last step. Now, he was forced to retreat to Tulu City and watch Yang Qindong soar to the ninth heaven. The gap was getting bigger and bigger, and Shi Hang's resentment in his heart was getting deeper and deeper. Now, he just wanted to have a chance to defeat the five-star army and prove that he was the best general in the great Ming dynasty. This pride made him like a ball of fire, which had been tormenting him for a period of time. If it were not for the shortage of food and fodder and the fact that the reinforcements had not yet arrived, he was afraid that he would have sent the troops after Yang Qindong left Tulu City. This wait lasted for more than 2 months. Finally, news came from the imperial court that the new rations had been delivered and the new soldiers were being assembled. Just as everything was about to be ready, he saw the Northern Ming Army's Great Migration Project, or rather, the Great Movement. Every day, he did not know how many people and soldiers walked through the gate of Tulu City. 1 day, 2 days. It had been like this every day for more than half a month, and there was still no sign of it stopping. Shi Hang's fire was also constantly cooling down. Until now, cold sweat had begun to appear on his forehead. How many days has it been? Shi Hung, who was standing on the city tower, asked with a trembling voice. Marquis, it's the 22nd day. General Zhou Qing, who was at the side, answered the question with a serious face. 22 days, 22 days. Shi Hang's face turned uglier as he muttered the number silently. If there were only 10,000 people passing by each day, that would be more than 200,000. Not to mention, it was far from ending. He really didn't know where Yang Qindong had gotten so many civilians and soldiers, and what exactly were they preparing to do. The moment the five-star army bared their fangs, Shi Hung suddenly had an idea of invincibility. He did not even dare to think about it. If the target of these soldiers and civilians was Tulu City, would he still be able to defend it? Or rather, how long would he be able to defend it? Just as Shi Hang's face was filled with thoughts, another group of cavalry and infantry walked through Tulu City with a bright 5-star flag. They seemed to be intentionally demonstrating their power. Coincidentally, Shi Hung caught sight of them as they passed by the city walls. Is that ancient river? When Shi Hung looked up, he saw a handsome general in armor walking less than a mile away from the city. Seeing that figure, Shi Hang's squinted eyes suddenly widened. Yes, I think so. Zhou Qing recognized the person at a glance. It was General Ancient River, a former member of the 10,000 prefectures. As a former colleague, he couldn't be more familiar with him. But when he noticed Shi Hang's tone, he quickly changed his words and spoke in an uncertain manner. He doesn't look like he is Ancient River. Didn't he already surrender to the 5-star army? What's he doing here? When Shi Hung saw that Gu He, who was riding a warhorse, was approaching the city gate tower, he involuntarily took half a step back even though he was standing on the city gate tower. He spoke with an anxious expression in his eyes. The person below the city was indeed Ancient River, but he was no longer Biming's 10,000 prefectures general, but he was now the commander of the 5-star army's new 1st Cavalry Division. The order was issued half a month ago by Yang Qindong himself. The new 5 armies were established. After the new 1st Army, the new 2nd Army, and the new army, the new 5 armies were established. Moreover, it was the former commander of Biming's 10,000 prefectures general, Shi Wanshan. When this news came out, many people's jaws dropped. It was also because of Shi Wanshan's sudden promotion that it attracted a lot of speculation. On the contrary, no one cared about why the new 4th Army didn't exist. They didn't know the plot in Yang Qindong's heart. He wouldn't allow anyone to steal the name of the new 4th Army, not even himself. The five-star army's expansion and the establishment of a new army were no longer a secret. For the new commander position, many people were secretly moving around. Some of them wanted to command more troops and earn more merits. Some of them were selfish and wanted to be in a high position with more power. They could always do more things that benefited themselves. Chapter 1228. For this reason, Yu Mian, the vice commander of the army headquarters, Lung Song, and even the vice commander of the navy headquarters, Gao Xiong, had interceded through various channels. However, no one would have thought that this position would fall on the head of Shi Wanshan, who had just surrendered and had not made any contributions. When a new army commander, Tiger's Mane, represented Yang Qindong and announced this order in front of the officers of Shi's city, even Shi Wanshan himself was stunned. Although he had been in charge of an army of more than 100,000 people when he was in Beiming, he could be considered to have the experience and qualifications to control an army. However, this was the five-star army. As a general who had just surrendered, it was better not to talk about his qualifications. Actually, it wasn't that Shi Wanshan hadn't heard about the establishment of the new five armies, but whether it was himself, his old subordinates Gu He and Ning Wenfeng. None of them thought about it. In their eyes, this was something that had nothing to do with them. With their current status, they would be thankful if they could be elected as one of the division commanders. It was not impossible for them to be appointed as a regiment commander. All of this was the analysis of Ning Wenfeng, who was known as the smartest of the three. In his words, before surrendering, Shi Wanshan had said that he did not want to fight with Beiming. After all, he had come from there. Yang Qindong had also agreed to this matter in the telegram. Now that the new five armies were going to fight in Yili, it was very likely that they would be incorporated into it. If this was the case, whether it was as a division commander or a regiment commander, they would still have military power in their hands and could fully show their talent. They were afraid that they would be assigned a deputy position. If that was the case, there would be a main position above them, and it would be difficult to realize even if they had ideas. That would be the most uncomfortable thing. It was precisely because the hope was very low, or even that there was no hope. When the pie fell from the sky, Shi Wanshan's eyes were dazzled and his face was full of disbelief. As for Shi Wanshan's reaction, Tiger's Mane could empathize with him, but he didn't expect it either. However, since this was an order from a young master, he would definitely carry it out unconditionally. Therefore, he only glanced at the petrified Shi Wanshan and continued to read out the order. Order: Ancient River is the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division of the new five armies. Liu is the commander of the 2nd Cavalry Division, and Meng Chao is the commander of the 3rd Cavalry Division. Each division has 4 regiments. Each regiment has 2,000 soldiers, and each regiment has 400 soldiers. Each regiment has 8,400 soldiers. At this point, Ancient River and the other two were also excited. They never thought that they would actually become a division commander. That meant that they could command close to 10,000 cavalrymen. However, no one noticed that one of the officers was clenching his fists, revealing the nervousness and unwillingness in his heart. This person was none other than Ning Wenfeng, the former head of Beiming's Wanquan Du Si. In the Wanquan Du Si, Shi Wanshan was in charge of the overall situation. His breadth of mind also allowed him to have talent in this area. In terms of martial prowess, Ancient River was naturally the most outstanding. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a fierce general. However, when it came to the smartest person, the one who could understand the intentions of the higher-ups the most was definitely Ning Wenfeng. Most of the time, this Ning Wenfeng acted as Shi Wanshan's military advisor. This time's appointment was already beyond his expectations. Shi Wanshan was actually the commander of an army, and Ancient River was the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division. However, he wasn't included in the order. Could it be that Bugnam of Gojoseon wanted to separate the three of them and not let them work together? But if that was the case, why did he give out the positions of commander and commander? He couldn't figure it out. Ning Wenfeng shook his head, and his face was a little pale. He was thinking that as the positions changed in the future, he was afraid that the gap between him and Shi Wanshan and Ancient River would become bigger and bigger. After a long time, the relationship between the brothers would not be the same as before. Just as Ning Wenfeng lowered his head and thought about this, Lieutenant General Tiger's man, who was standing on the stage, announced that after the Battle of the First City, Yang Qindong was promoted to Lieutenant General. Not only that, but Lung Song and Gao Xiong were also promoted from Major General to Lieutenant General. Lung Feng's Army and Navy Division commanders were also promoted from Senior Colonel to Major General. The only difference was that the commander of the new Second Army, the commander of the new Army, Su He, and the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division, Tian Hu, were still Major General. Yang Qindong wanted to use this method to tell the world that the Tiger's man of the new army was different from ordinary commanders. He was the leader of all commanders. He opened his mouth and said, Ning Wenfeng is the commander of the infantry division of the new 5th Army, 4th Division, with a total of 15,000 soldiers. Wow! There was an uproar. A commander could command 15,000 soldiers. Except for the earliest Mo Bay Division, it seemed that not many people could enjoy this kind of treatment. But now, Ning Wenfeng had such achievements without doing anything. What kind of person was he? For a time, many people's eyes searched the crowd. At this time, Ning Wenfeng did not hear this at all. He was still entangled in Yang Qindong's purpose. He believed that his ability was not worse than anyone. It was just that his previous superior was Shi Wanshan, his own big brother, so he was embarrassed to take the credit. Since it was to measure talent, why didn't Bugnam of Gojoseon see his talent? Was it because he was too low-key? Ning Wenfeng, who was still thinking, did not know that Tiger's man had just announced his new appointment. He also did not know how many people were envious of him at this time. It was not until a burning gaze fell on him that he woke up from a dream. Then, Ancient River, who was beside him, gently nudged him. Hurry up and thank him with us. Before he could figure out what was going on, Ning Wenfeng was gently pulled out of the group by Ancient River. Then, they all gave a military salute that was not very standard. Ning Wenfeng, who had already walked out of the group, was still a little confused. He still did not understand why he stood out, until Tiger's man on the stage said again, Everyone is a talent personally appointed by Bugnam of Gojoseon. I hope you will not let down this expectation. Also, considering that the new 5 armies have just arrived and have not made any achievements, our ranks are lower. Among them, Commander Shi Wanshan will be a senior colonel, and the other 4 division commanders will be colonels. I hope that the next time we meet, you will be promoted to Major General and Senior Colonel like the other armies. After saying this, Humang looked expectantly at the 5 people who had stepped forward. In fact, how could he not want to contribute his troops and give it his all? How could he not want to fight on the battlefield and establish meritorious service? But who asked him to be Yang Qindong's most trusted person? He wanted to stay in the first city and build it like an iron bucket. Okay, you can go and prepare. The soldiers can be selected from the Han army, the Mongol tribe, and the small Japanese army that has just arrived. The preparation time is half a month, and then we will send them to the inner area. After saying this, Tiger's man waved his hand. Immediately, the dust settled on the high-ranking officials of the new 5 armies. This decision was completely out of everyone's expectations. The sudden appearance did indeed catch some people off guard. However, this order was personally issued by Yang Qindong. It was said that he only reported it to the army headquarters before announcing it. Even Lung Song, the deputy commander, did not have any chance to intervene. This was enough to prove Yang Qindong's expectations for the new 5 armies. When the meeting was over, Tiger's man left first. The other officers took the opportunity to congratulate Shi Wanshan and the others. No matter what, it was not a bad thing to be on good terms with a commander. Ning Wenfeng, who was in the crowd, was still confused. Facing the congratulations of several officers who he did not even know the names of, he only smiled and cupped his hands. When the people around him gradually decreased, Ancient River gently pulled him, then said with a smile, What's wrong, Commander Ning? Are you not happy to be in command of 15,000 infantrymen? Why don't we change it? What? Command 15,000 infantrymen? What's going on? Ning Wenfeng was completely confused. His face was full of doubts and puzzlement. Gui didn't know that Ning Wenfeng had been distracted. He only thought that Ning Wenfeng was sick and wasn't feeling well. He reached out and touched Ning Wenfeng's forehead. Feeling that it wasn't hot, he said, "What's wrong? Didn't you hear when Commander Tiger announced the order just now? You are now the infantry division commander of the new 5 Army's 4th Division." "What? My division commander?" Ning Wenfeng exclaimed and pointed at himself. This scene was also seen by the other officers who were walking at the back, but they all smiled and shook their heads. They did not care. Obviously, if they were suddenly appointed as division commanders, their situation would not be much better. Seeing Ning Wenfeng making a fuss about nothing, Ancient River nodded. "Yes, it was just announced in front of everyone. How can it be fake? I say, what are you thinking? Didn't you hear it just now?" Faced with Gui's question, Ning Wenfeng already didn't care at all. When he found out that he also held the position of a division commander, moreover, he was the infantry division commander of 15,000 men, at this moment, he only felt deep self-blame. What did he mean by Yang Chendong did not have the insight and could not see through people? In the end, he measured the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. After a while, Ning Wenfeng finally reacted. Then, he looked around and did not see Shi Wanshan's figure. He could not help but ask, "Where's Big Brother?" "Oh, Big Brother went to see the other 2 division commanders." You also know that a person who becomes a division commander will naturally be busier. Ancient River said with a matter-of-fact expression. This order shattered a lot of hope, but at the same time, it also gave a lot of people hope. In the past, it was always said that the 5-star army did not care about seniority and only looked at ability. Some people believed these words, but some people did not. However, with the matter of the new 5 armies, they had no choice but to believe it. Not long after, a new order was spread throughout the army. Commander Tong Long, who was also a fallen general of Liaodong, was promoted to division commander after making a great contribution. With the 2 things that happened before and after at this moment, no one doubted the fairness of the ability. Chapter 1229. And now, Ancient River appeared alone in front of Tulu City to demonstrate his power. Previously, he had suffered a lot of grievances in the Biming army, especially under Shi Hang's command. Now that he was a dragon in the sky, of course, he had to get rid of this mess and let the Biming army know that he, Ancient River, was a talent that even Bugnam of Gojoseon had his eyes on. Of course, due to the distance, Ancient River did not know that Shi Hang was on the city tower at this time. Otherwise, he would have walked up and shouted a few words even if he was in danger of being shot by arrows. Therefore, he just wore a divisional-level white cloak and walked in a big circle in front of the city. Then, he quickly rode his horse and rushed straight to his 1st Cavalry Division. White cloak? Divisional General? How long has it been since Ancient River left? He has already been entrusted with an important position. On the city tower, some young generals who had long understood the officer ranks of the 5-star army side. Among these sides, there was a lot of jealousy, hatred, and of course, envy. Among them, there were many knowledgeable people who thought in their hearts, if they also went to the 5-star army, what would it be like now? Didn't they see that Ancient River, who could not survive in Biming, was now a divisional general? Of course, these envious people definitely did not include Shi Hang. After he recognized Ancient River, he snorted coldly and then asked General Zhou Qing, who was standing beside him, "Have you found out how many troops there are in the first city now? I don't have a detailed number, but I have the approximate number." When Zhou Qing answered this sentence, there was an obvious pause. When one looked carefully, there was a trace of panic on his face. Shi Hang, who was filled with hatred in his heart, did not pay attention to this. He only wanted to know the situation of the 5-star army in the first city. In his opinion, although they did not succeed in besieging the first city a while ago, they still severely injured their opponents. Now, Their strength should be weaker. Well, about how many people are there? About. Zhou Qing was a little hesitant and did not answer immediately. What? Is it difficult to answer? Shi Heng finally noticed the change in Zhou Qing. This shout also attracted the attention of some people nearby. Tell me, how many troops do you have? I want to know. Shi Heng didn't care so much. He had long been used to everyone's attention. At this moment, there was a smile on his face. He wanted to take this opportunity to let everyone know about the situation in the beginning city. This way, he could increase his confidence. Zhou Qing also noticed the gazes of the people around him. At this moment, he didn't want to say anything. However, he did not expect Shi Heng to be angry. There was a hint of anger in Shi Heng's eyes. Hence, he decided not to think too much about it. After all, Zhou Qing was the one who forced him to say it. After that, Zhou Qing replied straightforwardly, reporting to Marquis. According to our scouts' investigation, there are about 700,000 people from the 5-star army in Origin City. A mere 7 what? How many did you say? At this moment, Shi Heng finally came to his senses. He stared at Zhou Qing with his eyes wide open. 700,000 people, but not all of them are troops. There are also some civilians. Zhou Qing knew that this would be the result, but what could he do? You forced me to say it. Hearing that there were quite a number of civilians, Shi Heng suppressed the fear and anger in his heart and asked again, how many troops do I mean? You don't have to use the number of civilians to deceive me. Yes, there are about 300,000 soldiers. This time, Zhou Qing finally gave a definite answer. 300,000. This number made Shi Heng's body tremble. He then forced himself to stand firm. There was a trace of blood in his eyes at this moment. He was speechless for a long time. He originally thought that after more than a year of siege in the beginning city, the strength there would be greatly reduced. Once Baiming's reinforcements and provisions appeared, it would be time for him to launch a large-scale counterattack. He never expected that the number of the enemy's troops would increase instead of decreasing. How did this trick work? How could he bear this result? Then, whether it was Zhou Qing or Shi Heng, what was even more unexpected was that this number would continue to expand as time passed. It was not because of anything else, but because Shaowei province had a population of 8 million. Among them, more than 600,000 soldiers were captured by the 5-star army. Under the encouragement of the 5-star army policy, more young people from Shaowei province volunteered to join the army. According to Yang Qindong's plan, Shaowei province could recruit at least 400,000 soldiers. In total, there would be 1 million soldiers. At least half of them would be transferred to the grassland. One could imagine how huge this number was. In comparison, the 700,000 soldiers now were just the beginning. When Yang Qindong left Shaowei province, he had already made his next goal clear. That was to unify the grassland and then expand to the west and northeast respectively. For example, taking down Ili was just a part of the plan to go west. These were only the plans of the army. The Navy would also go out of the South China Sea and attack the Indian Ocean. Then, they would attack Africa, the North and South continents, and North America. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that there was no obvious world structure to conquer the world. If he wanted to accomplish this feat, he naturally needed enough soldiers. Not only Shaowei province, but all the countries under Yang Xie's control began to mobilize. More and more young people from other races joined the ranks of the 5-star army. In the future, the number of soldiers in the 5-star army would only increase. Shi Heng naturally did not know about all of this. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not have thought of all of this. This was the result of limited vision. In the eyes of people like him, the great Ming dynasty was already the sky. Whoever could unify the north and south of the great Ming dynasty would be a hero. As for the world, the great Ming dynasty and its surrounding countries should be the world. Shi Heng walked down the city tower silently. At this moment, he felt a chill in his heart. At the same time, he decided to immediately report the situation to the acting emperor. Previously, he had boasted that as long as the provisions were in place and 200,000 new recruits were given, he would be able to take down the first city and regain control of the grassland. Now, it seemed that this was far from enough. At this moment, the logistics division in the first city was extremely busy. It was already time for the autumn harvest. The harvest of the provinces under Yang Xie's control this year was very good, especially after the centralized management of the grain fields. After the centralized planting, not only did it save more effort and people, but the amount of grain harvested was also 20% more than in previous years. This 20% should not be underestimated. It would increase the food for millions of people. This also indirectly made the army's work of collecting grain more smooth. Carriages and loads of provisions were piled up in the granary that had been prepared long ago in the first city. More new foreign troops from all over the world had also gathered here. As the head of the logistics division, the number of soldiers that Yang Xi needed to be allocated to him had reached a terrifying 300,000. Just this alone had made many officers envious. Even the commander of the new army, Tiger's Mane, had come to Yang Xi more than a few times. The general idea was to ask him to leave enough soldiers for himself. Of course, the quality must be guaranteed. That's right, the new army was going to be rebuilt into a new army group. The position of the group commander was naturally Tiger's Mane. According to the plan given by Yang Chendong, the three armies under his command were the 101st, 102nd, and 103rd armies, as well as a direct division of the army group. Each army group would be divided into 4 divisions, and each division had 4 regiments. A division would have 8,400 people, and an army group would have 33,600 people. In addition to the 3 armies, a direct division would have 10,000 people. In this way, the new army group would have 118,000 combat troops. If the logistics, medical personnel, and headquarters personnel were included, the total number would be more than 120,000. From one army group to an army group, there were many areas that needed to be reformed, and the number of officers that needed to be used was even more. It was not something that could be completed overnight. This time, Tiger's Mane had informed Yang Xi in advance so that he could leave behind more troops that were good at fighting. Even Tiger's Mane had made a move, let alone others. For a time, Yang Xi, who was only a division commander, became a hot steamed bun in everyone's eyes. Countless people came to ask for advice. However, with the example of Yang Lu, Yang Xi was able to stay true to his heart. He knew how to balance the 4 sides and supplement the strengths of the troops to complement each other. For example, in the past few days, after receiving the telegram from the 6th young master, Yang Xi immediately made arrangements. He immediately arranged for the 1st Army, 2nd Army, and the new 5 armies, a total of 3 armies of more than 100,000 people to move from the first city to the Yilili district. Under Yang Chendong's orders and Yang Xi's leadership, the original 1st Reserve Division was disbanded, and its division commander was allowed to be the commander of the 1st Army of the Outsiders. Under his command were the 301, 302, 303, and 304 divisions. The original 1st to 5th divisions were disbanded, and the original 1st Division Commander Nyo Duo was promoted to the commander of the 2nd Army. Under his command were the 305th, 306, 307th, and 308 divisions. Among them, the 1st Army of the Outsiders was the first to leave the first city, and the vanguard had already arrived at 8 Mile City. Then, it was the 2nd Army of the Outsiders, followed by the new 5 armies, Ancient River, and the others that Shi Hung had just seen. It could be seen that this time, Yang Chendong was determined to solve the problem in one battle. He would not allow some places to be reversed. This time, he would use the situation of the army to completely occupy and control that area. After sending out 3 armies, Yang Xi still had to help form a new army. In addition, he had to start forming the 3rd Army, the 4th Army, and even more armies. It had to be said that the pressure was still very great. However, Yang Xi, who had great power in his hands, was both painful and happy. The Turpan Kingdom was occupied, and the allied forces of the 3 countries were defeated. When the news spread to the entire Ili district, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people were shouting in their hearts that the wolf was coming, but for a moment, they were somewhat helpless. In particular, The three kings of this area felt even more pressure. In addition to arranging their troops tightly and recruiting soldiers, they also sent people to Torpon City, wanting to solve the problem in this area by asking for peace. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.